we believe that all questions will be attended to. So thank you very much. We'll just wait for just 1 minute and see those who also will join before we start. We don't want anyone to miss any part of the section, because for your application to be accepted, not even being accepted alone, even having a fully funded program, you must take care of every detail that we are going to be mentioning today. And that's why we want to wait for the next 4 minutes and see as many that will still join, so that, and again, we are going to start right away. Of course, some of you join our Telegram. You discover that this program is actually organized by Deeper Life Bible Church in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And of course, there is nothing we want to do except we start with God. And so we are going to have a just very brief moment of prayer, and I will invite our pastor. He will speak with us briefly on one of the main things that you need to consider for this application. Let's pray. Father, we bless you because you are our God. We thank you because you gave us the gift of life, and that's why we are alive today. We are not better than those who are dead already. And Father, we pray, just as we start this meeting, we pray that your presence will abide with us, and everything that will be taught today, you will use it as an avenue to get to our desired destination in life, in Jesus' name. Thank you because we know you have answered. For in Jesus' name we have prayed. I invite Pastor Oscar. He's our leader, he's our mentor here, and he will briefly speak with us. And I know that you will be blessed. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you, sir.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody, wherever you find yourself in the globe. It is my singular privilege to be given this opportunity to share with you briefly on what we need to consider as we navigate our way through the search for this scholarship. And I would just want us to look a few verses in the Bible to see an example of the same experience that you are going to go through, that others have gone through in Bible days. So let's pray. Dear Lord, we thank you so much for every opportunity you've given us to navigate the academic pathway up to where we are today. Father, we are not here because we are better than those who are dead. We are better than those who are not able to make it up to the ladder, up to the level where we are. It is by your mercy that you have given us this privilege. We pray, we are blessed. We bless you so much for your servants who have decided to share this great opportunity with others. And I pray that this meeting will be remembered for goodness in Jesus' name.
Amen.
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 So briefly, we just one chapter in the Bible, and I want to title the little message that I want to exhort us with, Launch Out into the Deep. Launch out into the deep. And I'm reading from the book of Luke, chapter 5, from verse 1. And it came to pass that as the people pressed upon him to hear the word of God, he stood by the lake of Gennesaret and saw two ships standing by this lake. But the fishermen were gone out of them and were washing their nets. And he entered into one of the ships, which was Simon's, and prayed him that he would thrust out a little from the land. And he sat down and taught the people out of the ship. Now, when he had left speaking, he said unto Simon, Launch out into the deep and let down your net for a draught. And Simon answering said unto him, Master, we have toiled all night and have taken nothing. Nevertheless, at thy word, I will let down the net. And when they had this done, they enclosed a great multitude of fishes, and their net brake. And they beckoned unto their partners, which were in the other ship, that they should come and help them. And they came and filled both the ships, so that they began to sink. When Simon Peter saw it, he fell down at Jesus' knees, saying, Depart from me, for I am a sinful man, O Lord. For he was astonished, and all that were with him, at the draught of the fishes which they had taken. And so was also James and John, the sons of Zebedee, which were partners with Simon. And Jesus said unto Simon, Fear not, from henceforth thou shalt catch men. And when they had brought their ship to the land, they forsook all and followed him. Amen. Now, when we look at this text that we have just read, we can see something very instructive to us as people who are longing to see how to make lives better in the nearest future. I understand a lot of us participating in this meeting today are not novices to the idea of applying for overseas scholarship. A lot of you must have applied for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, many scholarships here and there. And it seems like nothing is happening. However, one thing I want us to understand today is that a lot of times we fail to meet up with certain desires or aspirations, not because we are foolish, but the reason could be that we have not been connected to the right people or the right person. A close look into the text that we have just read will confirm what I am saying. Peter did not fail to catch even a single fish in the night because he was a novice in fishing. Fishing was indeed his profession. But he spent a whole night, just like the years you have spent. You must have spent some time looking for scholarship. He spent a whole night without being able to catch a single fish. After his hopeless night adventure, he was washing his net to return home. This could be the same situation with some of us here. You have been successful all through your academic pathway with all hopes to find a scholarship at a given point on your academic ladder. Surprisingly, with all the good GPA you have toiled over the night, applying for scholarship unsuccessfully. Unfortunately, things have not turned out as planned. You are already washing your net to leave the sea of scholarship. Praise the Lord. We are going to, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir.
Okay.
Yes, you can hear you, sir.
Yeah, so
Yes, sir.
I said, surprisingly,
Yes, sir.
maybe you are washing your net and you're about to leave.
Yes, sir.
It's like scholarship. When somebody's talking to you about scholarship, it's not more, it's like, well, maybe you decide to just sign in on this Zoom link. You say, okay, I have been doing it. I have tried for this year. There is no way. Well, let me just join. That was how Peter reluctantly accepted when Jesus said, launch into the deep. And he decided to launch, as you have decided to connect today. And I'm assuring you that at this first connection of today, God is going to perform a miracle in your life in Jesus' name.
Amen.
I say God will perform a miracle in your life in Jesus' name.
Amen.
And so what I just want to tell you to round off is that we are here to tell you that Jesus is around. You just need to do one thing. Give him access into your lifeboat. Follow his command. Just launch into the deep and you will see a great catch. I've said, number one, accept Jesus into your lifeboat. Number two, give him access, give him that opportunity to command you, to lead you. And then, number three, obey whatever he tells you. Launch into the deep, you will get the scholarship. Good friends, I am telling you, this beginning of today is a little beginning. There is a great future awaiting you. A time will come that you will be smiling and you will say, oh, I didn't know that that little beginning was going to take me this far. At the end, when Peter saw that, when Peter noticed what had happened, he said, it is not just enough for me to enjoy the fish. I am going to follow this man because if I follow him, he will give me more fish. And so I'm inviting you today, brother. I'm inviting you, sister, that you should make Jesus Christ your friend today. And he is going to help you navigate through this new pathway of getting a scholarship. And in the nearest future, you will have a smile. Let's pray. In Jesus' name we pray. Lord, we are grateful for these great men, these great women that you have gathered today to guide them. Thank you for the burden you have laid in the heart of your servant to teach, to mentor our beloved brothers and sisters who have been toiling over the night and they have not been able to find a scholarship. The same miracle you perform in their lives, and today they are in the United States enjoying fully funded scholarships. You will give it to everyone that is connected here. And in the nearest future, we'll have people all over the United States enjoying this opportunity in Jesus' name. Thank you, Lord, for the answer. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much for giving me your time. I wish you the best. Listen and get what God has for you today.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much. We have learned so much from the short exhortation. I want to advise you all to keep mute so that we don't get disrupted. Let's maintain decorum. If you have anything to say, just use the chat box. Thank you very much. From what we have heard so far now, we saw God factor, try again, and obey. So we believe that if you obey every instruction we are going to give for this webinar, you are going to get the fully funded scholarship. For those who are in humanities or in sciences, we have experiences already, and we are going to be sharing with you. We are not in any way wanted to hide anything. We have seen what God has started doing, and we wish that you too can come up and enjoy. Okay, thank you very much. So the first thing we are going to discuss this moment is transcripts. Transcript is one of the major things that you need to prepare. And I will just have a rundown of what you need for the transcripts as I share my screen. So please take note of all the instruction. That is all what we need for this application. So I believe you can see my screen. So we have first thing is transcripts. And then for the transcripts, we have official and unofficial transcripts. Official transcript is the one you request in your school, and it's expected to be directly sent to the school that you have applied to, either through email or DHL. That one is official. Then unofficial transcript is student copy. Everyone is
I can't see your screen.
Can you hear me?
We can only hear you,
we
but
can't see your screen.
can't see your screen. Try and
you can't see
share
my
the whole, the whole screen.
don't worry, don't worry. Thank you very much. Thank you for that feedback. Okay. Sorry, just a minute. Okay. I believe you can see it now.
Yes.
Oh, thank you for that. So as I said earlier, we have transcripts as academic or unofficial. For the official transcript is to be sent directly to the school that you have applied to. And then the second one is unofficial. We advise everyone to have unofficial transcript. The reason why we mentioned that you should have unofficial transcript, imagine you want to apply to 10 schools. So will you continue to be sending an official transcript to 10 schools? No, it's not advisable. One, the cost implication is too much. And then even we understand some schools in Africa that to get the official transcript is a tug of war. So when you get your unofficial transcript, you use that one to process your admission. And then when admission is granted, then the school can inform you to process your official transcript. So then we have types of transcripts. So if you're applying for a bachelor's degree, then you need secondary school transcripts. Then we have an NCE. For the NCE, we call it associate degree, either in the US or in other places. So in Nigeria, we have it as NCE, as OND, that's associate degree. Then we have a bachelor's degree. So either you have BSc, you have BEd, you have HND. For some of us from Nigeria or in any other part of Africa, we have a kind of dichotomy about HND and BEd. Once you are outside Nigeria, the dichotomy is not there. So you have your degree, either it is HND or BEd or BSc. It is called bachelor's degree. And then we have master's degree. So if you're applying for PhD, you don't need to have master's to apply for PhD in the US. In fact, we often advise people to apply for PhD because PhD program often have funding than masters. So I know you are going to have some questions about that. So I'm ready to clarify it. So now, for those whose results is very low, because you need to convert your transcript to the scale of the US program or US education. So for those whose results are very low, either as a 2-2 or as third class, we advise them to evaluate their results. And how can you do that? You'll do that through WES. So we will see the step 1, step 2, step 3 down. So that is how you can do official WES. Meanwhile, for the official WES evaluation, you are not the one to do it. You will go to your school and then apply for official transcripts. And then WES, when you set up your account with WES will give you where it should be sent to. Then for an official transcript, which is expected of everyone, you ensure that to convert your scale, because, for example, for those who are in UNN, the scale is 5.0, UI sometimes 7.0, and I think now they are using 5 and so on. So you discover that we have different scales in Nigeria. Now, your own responsibility is to use the link that I have below the unofficial WES. And then when you click on the link, you will see step 1, and then you set up your accounts. And then you see step 2, you see start now. So once you hit the button of start now, then you just fill some information about yourself, and then you will be expected to put all your results one after the other. And then you will see the scale at the front. So when you are through with everything, it's sent to you your unofficial results. So that allows you to convert your transcript from whatever scale to 4.0, which your US program is always emphasizing on. So that is that. Then, though you can also boost your chances of getting admitted. Some schools will demand that you get IELTS, like some schools that we have listed in the school Telegram do not require IELTS, especially since coronavirus. But till now, some schools still request IELTS, others request TOEFL, and then we still have some other professional exam, GMAT, and so on, or GRE. But I can tell you that it's not in every program these are required. And I didn't have to do any of this exam, and I got funded. And I know Dan is also going to share his personal experience. But when you have low results, for example, maybe your CGPA is low, then if you have any of this exam, it can boost your chances of getting accepted into the program. And then not only that, you get fully funded program. So that is all I have to share. So I tell you, welcome to America and God bless you. So if you have any question, feel free to quickly ask your question before we go to the next stage.
I have a question.
Okay.
So when you're trying to apply for your transcript, I don't know if things have changed, but I remember that once when I tried to get my transcript out of
Please share your screen again.
even a place like Yabatech, it was a lot of trouble, and I guess maybe because I was naive, it took months and months before I could actually get it out. What if you're on a time crunch and you need to send that transcript to the institution that finally gives you admission? Do you know of any ways to quickly get it out or something? But once they know that it's going to anywhere outside of Nigeria, it seems like it follows a completely different process.
Okay, thank you for your question. Let me share my own personal experience. When I finished my last program in Nigeria, and I was still waiting for the transcript was not ready. I went to the lecturers that taught me and collected all the results. I sat down myself and then computed the results and then used the grade that is used outside Nigeria. And I had my unofficial transcripts. In as much as all the results you have or you are going to type yourself, you have already seen it. You know, at the end of every semester, I always advise that you print out your results. So once you have the documentation of all those ones, you can compile them together and use it as unofficial. But just ensure that there will be no difference between that unofficial and the official transcript, because these people are meticulous. So they want to ensure that they have not accepted you with result that you claim, which is contrary to the official transcript. So with that, you can still boycott that process. The second thing you can do is to go to the school yourself and then look at someone that is reliable. Every unit has someone that we can refer to as a believer or someone reliable and trustworthy. Yes, you can meet such individual. I remember at the time, even when there was a delay, I was expecting official transcripts when I've been accepted into the program, and I wasn't getting anything. I wrote an email to the school. I copied the registrar, I copied the BC, and then within 1 week, all of them, you know, when they get email like that, and then you have copied the registrar, you have copied the BC. So they were scared, and within 1 week, I got the response. And even after I'd gotten it, they were asking me, do I have any other thing that I want them to do for me? So I think you can also take that approach. I don't know if Dan also has Dan.
Yes, perfect.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So I saw someone ask a question around if it's okay to use unofficial WES for application. So I think I would speak from that point. So when I was applying in 2021, yes, I had not gotten my official transcript, just as Shegun talked about. And so what I did was I used the WES IGPA calculator to convert my CGPAs to 4.0 for both bachelors and masters. And that was what I used for my application, right? So on your application, there's always a page where you're supposed to enter your CGPA. So that was what I used. So it's okay to use that, right? But just like Shegun said, you have to ensure that every information you are entering into the WES unofficial IGPA calculator is correct, right? Take your time. It might be a long process, might take like 30 minutes, 1 hour, dependent on whatever schools you went to. If you went to like a five-year school, like maybe FUTA or something, you might have more courses than someone who went to a 4-year school. So I would advise that you take your time. but it will give you a very good conversion because, so I'll give you another pointer. So in the US, 80 marks is a B, right? That's like a pass basically. 80 is a B. But we know that in Nigeria, 70, 80 is a distinction. So that is why transcript evaluation is important also, because imagine I'm sending a transcript where I had like lots of 70s. I'm a first class student, say, I had lots of 70s, I had this. But someone sees that thing in the US and the person is like, you basically managed to pass. That's what they see it as, like you basically managed to pass. But they don't know that you literally were like having high scores, right? At 70, 75, 80. So that's why like evaluation is very important. There are certain schools that would tell you not to, that you can send your own official transcripts, right? I mean, your official transcript but not evaluated, that will evaluate it for you. That is not a problem. And I'll talk about that going forward, but you can use your whatever you get from your IGPA calculator for your application. But the most important part is ensure that you take your time to fill in the information for that. Yes.
Okay, I have a question also, if the floor is open.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I want to thank the people that are behind this program so much. What's of time? I want to ask again about this unofficial ways. When you apply for ways, for even official ways, they are definitely going to send you a copy of it on which they are going to write is unofficial. So aside the conversion of your CGPA to 4 points and putting the point there when you are registering or when you are applying rather, there is also a place they will expect you to upload your transcript. So is it advisable to upload that unofficial West copy to that place, like in placement of your unofficial transcript?
Okay, thank you for your question. For once you have done West will send you an official transcript. What makes it unofficial is because you have received it and it has been opened. So what makes it official is that there will be a seal on it and it must not be opened before it is received at the admin office of the school. So once you have received an official transcript by West, yes, you can use it for your application, except there are some schools which we didn't discover in all the schools we have considered so far in Pennsylvania. But there are some schools in the US, you must send your official transcripts before your application can be considered. So, but you are lucky that all the schools we have considered so far, you use your unofficial transcript either through West or otherwise, once it is unofficial and the result also tally with the official transcript. Yes, you use it and then you process your admission. And all that's all what you need concerning the transcripts.
All right, thank you very much.
Please, I have a question too. Can I go ahead asking it?
Yeah, I'll repeat that. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. A couple of questions. I know you've said them, but maybe you reiterate them, maybe it would make much sense. Number one is the schools you talked about have been posted. Some of us actually joined the group much later. So I would appeal if those schools could actually be sent on the platform, we would appreciate. That's the first thing. Then the second thing is so for someone that was able to get his what do you call it now, his grades and all that written down and all that, so that means the person has to wait for the official transcript before he can register with West and then get that evaluated, the unofficial West evaluation, right? That's the question. Then another question again, sir. I'm actually listening to the program, not just by myself. I have some other person listening to me, listening to the program by my side. So the person is asking, she did a BA program in linguistics. Now, along the line, she had some issues with the lecturer. So that really gave her a very bad grade, like a 3rd degree. Now she had gone further to do a postgraduate program in education. And from the 1st semester exams coming out, she's already hitting 2-1. So waiting for the second semester examination result rather. So in applying, is she going to be using the postgraduate certificate and transcript, or she would have to use the first degree program certificate and transcript? So those are my questions. If I have further, I'll probably drop them on the page. Thank you.
Okay, I will see how far I will go with the questions. For about the schools you have requested, we will resend it. Tonight, when we are done with everything, we will make sure that all the information we have sent before, we resend them. And if you also check the pin messages, you will see some of those things there. Now, for the West, please don't get it mixed up. We have official, we have unofficial. Now, what I mentioned about official is that if your school requests that you send official transcripts, you go to the transcript office of your school, and then once you set up your account with West will give you where your transcript should be sent to, right? And then that is the address you will give to them in your school. And then once you are done, West will also request the address where you want the transcript to be sent to. That one is official. The second one we mentioned was unofficial. With that one, you can collect your results. You already have your results, for example, student copy, and then you sit down with your results and then check this link that I posted here. We'll also still post the link on the group chat, and then go there, set up your account, enter your results one after the other and the grades. And then that will automatically convert your results to 4.0. With that one, you can use it when you are applying, because when you are applying, there will be a section that will ask for what is your CGPA over 4.0. So once you already have done the calculation of it, then you use it for your admission and it is acceptable. The third question you asked about someone who applied who had a linguistics program, but for some reasons, the person had a lower grade. Now the person has postgraduate program. Yes, the person can use both the degree and the postgraduate. In fact, if the person has a very good grade in postgraduate, what you are convincing the academic board is that something had happened during your degree, and that when you went for your postgraduate program or your graduate program, there had been a change. And of course, it's going to be accepted. And you just ensure that the program you are going to apply for will be, merging both linguistics and then education together. And that is very easy. You can apply for any program in Applied Linguistics. Don't worry, when we get to the section of programs you can apply for as linguists, you will get that. I'm in linguists in the linguist department, and I think if you have any other further question, we can be of assistance. Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. Michael, very fast. We don't want to be in a hurry, but nonetheless, we want to ensure that we keep the time. So Michael, can you go fast?
Okay, actually, it's the voice of a lady you will hear, not the Michael. Thank you very much for this opportunity and this gathering. I just have a few questions. Okay, I'm speaking on behalf of my kid's sister, though. One, she's already admitted to one of the schools in the US, but I just want to ask that if I just need information on other source of funds, because she was only given like a partial funding. Yes, it was a partial funding. So I just need information on other source of fund, one. And also, I'm believing God that we'll finalize the whole process, but I'm also at the same time looking elsewhere for institutions with 100% scholarship. And again, I also want to request, is there a WhatsApp link where you do share information so that one could join as well? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. I think I will not say much about your question because there is a section that Dan is going to still address us on the factor to consider when choosing school, and then you are going to see different funding opportunities. And so Dan is going to talk on that, so that we don't do it in repetition. Then for the group, yes, we have a Telegram, and then we'll drop it on the group chats. So thank you very much. Then Mr. Paul, can you quickly go?
Please, I want to ask about HND. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity. For someone who has HND and he has a lower credit, so if he's going to calculate, is he going to calculate on 4 point also? That's my question. Just enlighten me how it's done, sir. Will be done on words and just a quick enlightenment, sir.
Okay, very straightforward. For HND lower credits, if you have 2.2 in your HND, for example, if your 2.2 is closer to 2.1, if you do that words that we mentioned, that I'm still sharing on the screen, once you do the calculation, you can be sure that your result may be closer or from 3.0. Usually, once you have 3.0 and above, you are good. So try that one first, and then whatever you now see, let me know about it. Another thing that you can do is that you can also go on Coursera sometimes and then look for courses that are related to your field and then do those courses. With that one also, you are also increasing your chances of getting accepted. So if you have further questions, just let me know. But that is all what you just need to do. Once you do, in fact, you can be so lucky. Once you type everything, as Dan even mentioned, your results will appreciate than the 2.2 you are seeing. So then Alex Apochi, please don't mind I'm bad at name, but if your name is Alex, you can quickly go.
All right, good afternoon, sir. I so much appreciate this opportunity. I'm sorry I joined a bit late. I'm having some network issues. I want to ask about this English proficiency exam stuffs that are usually being requested for during applications. I don't have much knowledge about it. Though I'm a BSc medical biochemistry and have interest in MSc and PhD project as well, but I need more clarification on that English proficiency stuff. Thank you, sir.
Okay, very quickly. Not all schools, since COVID-19, not all schools request English proficiency tests. That is one. The second is many schools, I can speak also of my school, many schools in the US in the recent time have Nigerians as English-speaking countries or English speakers. So they already have Nigeria as English-speaking country. So they exempted Nigeria from presenting their language proficiency test. So in fact, I knew of someone, he applied to a school and the school was requesting English proficiency exam. He wrote the school a letter that Nigeria is English is our lingua franca, and then he wrote it and he was exempted. So that's why you need to continue asking questions, even on the Telegram. We have experiences. There was a school I also applied for that time, and the school was requesting proficiency exam. I wrote a letter to the school, and the school was like, wow, they never knew that Nigeria is speaking English as a lingua franca, and that I was taught in my undergraduate and for some other programs in English. So that one, it was waived. So don't worry, just continue asking questions, and I think that's all what you need. That's why when Dan is going to handle factor to consider when selecting school, English proficiency is also going to be part of it. I know a school where, closer to where I am, the school has much funding, but one of the challenges is that you must have English proficiency exam. And once you pass it, then you are sure that you are going to have fully funded. But if you also have some other schools that will waive, once you are Nigerian, you don't need to present it. So rather consider such school rather than going for the exam. Okay, I think since there is no longer any hand, we will need to switch to another section. Thank you very much for your contribution. Your question shows that you were following, and we are grateful unto God and for your own participation. So the second thing I'm going to quickly mention before I
raised my hand.
You raise your hand, please.
Yeah.
Pardon me. Can you briefly go, because we are already.
My hand is raised. Please.
Really?
Oh, all right. So can I go on?
Please go quickly.
All right. Thank you so much. I just need to confirm as regards the West evaluation. Are you actually trying to say for someone who have a student copy of the transcript, are you saying the person still have to, evaluate the transcript through West, or is just optional? That's one thing I want to confirm. Then secondly, for someone who just finished his master program, waiting for transcript, probably having an idea that the transcript could come out in November, is it advisable for such person to apply for the fall semester? And then thirdly, I would just want to include this. When is the best time to apply? Is it for the fall or the spring or the summer? For one to have better funding, opportunity for funding. So I would just, if there's a way you can just clarify those three questions, I would really appreciate. Thank you.
Okay. For the transcript evaluation, everyone should do unofficial West calculation. We have mentioned the reason. One of the reasons is because Nigeria and US do not have similar evaluation processes. Dan even mentioned it the other time. If you listen well, you will see that if you have 70 in Nigeria, you will say you have A. Meanwhile, here, if you have 70, you have just managed to have C. So if you do that West evaluation, then it gives you higher chances. I knew of someone that told me he applied and then he didn't do that process. And the professor saw the result. They were like, your results, you are just having 50, 60, 60. Meanwhile, if the person had done West evaluation, that will have amount to B, right? So everyone should do it. All what you just need to do is click on this, the screen I'm sharing, click on the calculator, on the IGPA calculator, and then enter your results one after the other so that your scale can be on 4.0. So when you're applying, it is easier for you to just put your results there. Then for the person that has not finished the program and you want to apply, as regard to when to apply, Dan is going to mention it as a part of factors to consider when applying to schools. There are two types of transcripts. We have ongoing transcripts and completed transcripts. If the person has finished out of 4 years program, he has finished 3.5. He has finished third year program, and then he already had the transcript for the first year of the fourth year. The person can use ongoing transcripts. It is still all unofficial transcripts. And some schools also accept it depending on the course that the person is going for and the availability of funding for the program. So the person can use it and apply for either fall, depending, varies across school. So don't worry, it's just listen when we are going to consider factors that you need to consider when choosing school. Please, we will need to leave this stage. We have gone too far. So if you have another question,
I'm raising my hand though.
So I'm raising my hand too.
It's serious. Okay, can we have the sister
Yes,
first?
we have many questions. I have a question too.
Can we have, I'm not seeing hands. Am I
See
not
my hand though.
I think Ada's hand is raised up.
Okay, Ada.
Okay, Ada.
And Joel, I think.
Dan, Ada, before you go on, Dan, should we still accept as many questions, or what do you think?
So I think we can take 3 more questions. So if anybody has more questions, just write it down, right? Okay. And at the end of the whole event, we'll take our time to still answer your questions.
Okay. Ada, can you go fast?
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. My question is this: how is it possible for one to apply for PhD directly in US without going through masters? Like, that's my question.
Okay. Every country differ in education. To apply for PhD in the US, if that is what you meant, you don't need masters. Once you have at least 2-1 in your degree, you can apply for PhD. In fact, in some schools, I heard of one instance, the person even have 2-2 and he applied for PhD and the person got it. Because masters is just 18 months or barely 1 year program. So the school does not want to invest in a program that is shorter. They want to invest in a program that is going to be 5 or 7 years. So because either you have your masters before coming or not, your first 2 years is still going to be for master's program. So that's why US does not emphasize on having masters before going for PhD. Even for their students, you have your BSc and then you apply for PhD right away. You don't need to apply for masters before going there. So that is based on the school, on the country. So it varies from country to country. Can we have Fatoki? Then I will go to Joel. I record Potter. I will not go to you again because I think you have spoken once. So can we have Fatoki?
Thank you. Thank you. We'll match your money. You are doing a great job. And thank you, Mr. Dan, too. Happy to hear from you guys. Lord will continue to strengthen you. I have 3 questions. Number 1, yes, please, are you hearing me?
Loud and clear.
All right, thank you, sir. Is there any other thing to be considered for admission apart from transcripts? That is question 1. Then question 2, how do we get 100% funding for PhD? I had someone telling me here, a very close brother also, that he has been given admission several times from various universities, but he has not been able to get funds. So because of that, those admissions, they have been deferred. Some of them, you even miss them. So it seems funding is an issue. So how do we get fully funded scholarship after being given admission? Then number 3, in applying for PhD, is it undergraduate transcript that is necessary or postgraduate or both?
Okay, first question, transcript is not a loan. This is just one of your academic, your application packets. That's why you need to listen to others. This is just one. So you see here other things. Secondly, for the person that applied and got several admissions without funding, yes, I think I had similar experience. But I think part of what the person needs to do is there are some programs in the US that you cannot get funding for, or you may not get funding for. For example, I'm in humanities. If you apply for English in the US, you will hardly get funding. But if you change your program from English and you apply linguistics, you apply for linguistics, you apply for sociology and so on, you can get funding. So it's not every program. That's why you need to listen to factors to consider when choosing school. We are going to consider admission. We are going to consider funding. Admission is nothing. Funding is the main thing. And then there are other things you need to consider. Whatever program you must apply for must be similar to what you have done. Sorry, but Dan is going to address that during that section. Then you apply for PhD. Do you need only undergraduate or master's transcripts or both? You need it too. In fact, the most important one is undergraduates, but you need it to apply for the PhD. But if you don't have the master's, you have not done master's, then you just use the undergraduates, and that is that. So all right, thank you. We are not going to entertain any other question. We still have other things.
I'm sorry, please. I just want to ask, yes, you have answered some of my questions. Sorry, if I'm applying for PhD, like you said now, I have master's, I've started my PhD, so I have to start afresh or just apply for a new PhD. I studied Greek economics, and you said something like you have to apply for a course you have done before. So I need a clarification on that. Then, do they accept independence? If I come, do I have to come? Can I come with my family? Thank you.
Where is the here, please?
Okay. Ask your question also.
Oh, okay. Concerning admission, I want to thank you very much for this great job you've been doing. My question is about GRE. In fact, I'm applied to a school, I was mixing it up between I was mixing GRE with test of English. It was until I paid for application fees before I discovered that GRE cannot be waived, which is very necessary for postgraduate, especially in science, I think SMART, that's engineering courses. So I want you to educate us on ways to get this GRE done and all that. Thank you very much. And I would like to also get your contact because I'm looking, in fact, I got admission into computational linguistics, MSc, but the school, the fee is very high, and I've tried to get funding, I'll not be able to get funding. So maybe that would be another thing to get your contact, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll just take the two questions together. Let me go with the computational linguistics. If you have admission for computational linguistics without funding, don't go. There are a lot of universities that will give you, once you are doing computational linguistics, there is funding. So don't go for that one. I think I can pick you up. But part of what may not allow you to get funding is the skills that you have. If everything you just have is language, you want to do computational linguistics, you need to know Python, you need to know R. Don't worry, I will still go into that. There's a section to take. Then concerning GRE, there are two things. If there are schools that waive GRE, then why don't you consider those schools? Then if you must do GRE, then I will just get my contact, then we can interact from there. But everything will be done on the group chats. Then for the person that asks that there can be dependents, yes, there can be dependents. For the similar courses, it will be treated in a short while, because you're not just going for any program. You are done agricultural education, so you can go for programs in education that are related to science or STEM, which has funding in many schools. And then you can go for something on agriculture, depending on your background. So what I just mentioned is that someone has done education, but agricultural education, then you don't go for, maybe because some schools in the US, regardless of your field, they will just give you admission. So you can apply for something like linguistics, which is completely entirely different from what you have gone for. Even if the school gives you admission, there are some schools in the US that will give you that admission, though without funding. But what's going to happen is that you will not get your visa approved, because the VO is going to ask you. So that is going to be a major problem. So with that, please pardon me, we need to shut down this section and go to the next one. If your question has not been attended to, type your question in the group. We will attend to it so that we can cover all that thing. Dan, I hope I can move on.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Okay,
yes,
thank you very much. So the next thing that we want to share is CV. CV is the next thing that we want to briefly discuss. And then, of course, don't forget that we have different types of CV, and we are going to focus only on academic CV. So what should be, what do you have to consider in your academic CV before you can use it for the program? So please, you need to get a pen so that you can document those things. I believe if you document those things, then you are going to have lesser questions at the end. Okay, just a minute so that I can share my screen. Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes,
yes. So, as I mentioned, we are looking at academic CV. Okay, so what do you need to consider in your academic CV? The first thing that you need, please, that person listening to message, you can help us. Either you mute yourself, you're supposed to mute yourself as part of what I said earlier. So you need personal information. All what you need in your personal information is just your name, contact address, your email. If you have account with ResearchGate, where you publish your where you paste your publications, or where you get connected to some other scholars, or you have LinkedIn, you can put it there. So these are just what you need for your personal information. You don't need your age, you don't need place of birth, and so many other things. These are just what you need. Your name, contact address, email, functioning email, ResearchGate, and LinkedIn. If you don't have ResearchGate and LinkedIn, just put your name, your contact address, and your email. That should not be more than 2 pages, 2 lines rather. The next thing you need is your educational background. So in your educational background, you need the degree you have done. For example, you have BSc, put BSc. What's the name of the school? Let's say it is University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and then you have the year. Maybe it is between 2010 and 2014. You just put the year there. Then you calculate your results. That's why we said WES is very important. If you have calculated your results, then you'll have had everything over 4.0. So you can just put 4.0 over 4.0. So these are all just what you need. So if you have NCE, you just put your degree, you put your associate degree, you name the degree, and then the school, the year, the CGPA, and that's all. Then the second thing, the third thing you need is skills. This is one of the reasons why many don't get funding. You are going for a program that is science oriented, and then you don't have some skills. That is going to be a red flag. In fact, I remember my department mentioned maybe last semester, you must use some software before you finish. So if you are coming into the program and you have those software, then you are at better advantage than someone who is also coming to the program without the software, because they will even consider the person with some background. Either the background is beginner or it is intermediate or proficient. It doesn't mean, just have something. So the next stage is going to be computer or research skills. So you have maybe MS Word, you have proficiency in Excel, AntConc, Prats, and so on, then Python or R. So you mention those skills there. What's the next thing? The next is your work experiences. So your work experiences, you just need to put the title of where you have worked, maybe as a tutor. Don't just put teacher, maybe as a tutor or as a facilitator. Then organization of where you have worked, maybe in one secondary or one primary school. And then the period is between when? Is it 2010 to 2020? And then just a statement about your activity. Just one statement. Just one statement is okay. A statement that will summarize everything that you did or that you are still doing in that organization. Then the next thing is volunteering. This is part of what many of us overlook. Volunteering, you have gone for NYC, you have volunteered, is a volunteer. Some of you will think it is compulsory something. Yes, it is also, when you are looking at opportunity outside, it's going to be referred to as volunteering. Or you have taught people in tutorial free of charge, so it's volunteering. Or you have done community engagement, maybe you have done some sanitation in your area and so on. Those things are volunteering. So you just put volunteering and then you mention the place, what you did, the place and the year that you volunteered and so on. So the next, if you have publications, regardless of where the papers are published, you just mention your work. Normal citation, you mention your name, your surname, the year of publication, the title of your publication, and where the paper is published, if you already have one. Don't worry, everybody should have one once you have done your undergraduates. There's a section on it. So you may not need to ask a question on publication for now. There's going to be a section on that. And then conferences. Have you attended conferences before or a workshop? So you need to mention the title of the conference or the workshop. You mention the location of the conference. You mention the organizer of the conference and the date of the conference. So if in that conference, you just went and then you just sat down and listened to everything, that is one. So if you have also presented, that's another advantage you have. Because when you are coming in for the graduate program, you are going to be having different presentations almost every week in your program. So they want you to be able to communicate your research, whatever you have done, your findings. So they want to communicate to others. So you should be able to, if you are presented in conferences, you mention it, and then or in seminar. So that is just ability to communicate your research. Even if you have been teaching, for example, study scripture in the church and so on. Yes, it's also workshop. Maybe you have gone for a conference like, campus conference and so on, and then you have taught some people in a short workshop. That can also feature there. And then you have professional certificates. Maybe you have TRCN, you have TESOL, you have TEFL, and so on. So once you have any professional certificates, that is another section for that. Don't worry, the PowerPoint of this also will be dropped on our Telegram page so that you can consult it in the future. So achievements, what have you done? Have you done a project on achievement? Mention the achievements. If the achievement was done by, if it was you alone, for example, you put it there. Or if it was done in group, what role did you play? Then if you have won any award, like maybe as first class or as the top scorer in your class, so you also mention that achievement. Okay. Then the next thing is your membership. What membership group do you belong? Do you have maybe Association of Biology or something like that, or you belong to English Scholar Association of Nigeria? So you mention your membership. So it can also be academics, it can be NGO. There are many programs. Even if you don't have anyone at this moment, make sure that you look for any program they are doing. Just be part of that membership and then have it on your CV that you also have a membership, and maybe it's on rape, maybe it's on drug abuse, maybe it's on unequal society where male versus female, and then there is oppression and so on. So you are having your voice and so on. So you just need to belong to at least a member. That is part of community commitments that is expected of you. And then your leadership. Do you have any leadership skill? Maybe during your NYC, you were secretary general, or in the church, you are the president. Though we have it as maybe GC, that's president. So you put president, you put the name of the organization there, and then you put the year. Or in your place of work, or in the department, maybe as political or not political, maybe you are the president in your department, or you are just the editor, or you were just nominated for something. So you put your leadership there. You will discover that everything I've mentioned now should not exceed 2 pages, except if your publication is maybe 5 or 6 or 7. So academic transcript CV should not exceed 2 pages. It's just a rundown. And bear with me, everything you put in your CV, let it be true. Let it be true. You'll be surprised. I remember something happened and the professor was like, oh, I'm going to invite you to give a talk, this and that. And I didn't have to give the professor my CV again. He was just reading everything. It means everything you submit for your application, every member of the department, they have it. It's not like Nigeria that you can see 20 or 50 lecturers in linguistics. No, they are just going to be maybe 5, 10. And then, so they have everything whatever you mention. And at any time they can request. So that let it not be, oh, it was a mistake. Put it there and make sure that it is truthful. So that is all what I have to say on that. I believe.
Where did they come from?
You may have 1 or 2 questions. So if you have a question, can
where they go?
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you for this rundown. So,
Is there?
Okay.
Okay.
The question is,
Please kindly mute your mic now. Kindly mute your mic.
Please, sir.
Hello, sir. Admin, please, I believe you can mute everyone. So you can just mute all from the end.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir.
Hi, Jeremiah. Is that Jeremiah or Achibadi? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Please, I'm the one, sir. Please, can I get the an example of the way the CV looks like, the academic CV looks like, and also in the publication, I would like you to help us share more about it, like how to cite it and everything. Like, are we going to use the format? And can also your publication, is it also an aspect of our project? Can our project be included on our publications? And like as a part of our like final project of undergraduates, can we include it into our publication, sir? Thank you very much, sir.
Hi, Shegun, would you take that or you want me to take that? Shegun, I think you are muted.
Sir?
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I didn't know.
So
do you want to go? Okay, go.
Let me just answer some parts of the question. So, hi, Jeremiah. So the first part is, so your undergraduate work, right? So publications basically mean that you have it published in a peer-reviewed journal, right? And but there's a way around that. If you have not published, like had it placed in maybe Nigerian Journal of Sciences, Nigerian Journal of Physiology, or whatever, like your degree was in, right? Another way you could go about it would be, you could, instead of saying publications, you could say scientific writings, right? And then, so you put the title of your project, right? And you make that header called scientific writing. So the person sees and know that, okay, this is not a publication. It wasn't published in peer-reviewed journals, but but it's still a scientific writing because you did research on it. And I also think, although I'm not a fan of it, there are also all these what they call these biorubrics and the others, which are like where you can drop your work for people to read. So it's not like a publication, but it's like an open source. So it's dependent on you. But if you don't have a publication whereby it's been published in a journal, right? Just call it, instead of saying publication, just use say scientific writings, right? Because one of the most important things they want to see, apart from like, oh, that your work has gone through peer review process, is also that you have like ability to write your research, right? To communicate it. And also in a way, you have gone through peer review process because you have to defend that project, right? You have to present a seminar for that project. It's just that it's different from being in like a known journal, in quotes. So you can call that header, instead of calling it publications done or whatever, you can call it scientific, either research writings, scientific writings if you're in the sciences, if you're in the humanities, you can just say research writings, basically.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Can I also get like a sample
of the CV, right?
Yes, sir. Like a sample.
Yeah, Dan, let me say something about that one.
Okay, please go ahead.
Why we don't want to give examples of CV is because of security, for security reason. And when you give some people such opportunity, imagine 5 of you want to apply to the same faculty, and the 5 of you is using the same templates. That is already sending a signal, because these people are psychological, they are mentally alerted. So that's why we mentioned the components of CV, regardless of however you arrange it. Those components should just be there, and that is all. Just make sure you use normal font size 12, and then where you have your heading, you just make sure you bold it. And I think that is all what you need. Please, we will not want to give an example of CV. There was a case of someone who got admitted in the US. US is not like other countries. He got admitted, we have even started the program, and the school discovered that the person, the statement of purpose was not original, that it was copied from somewhere. Everything was withdrawn from the person, including the admission. The visa was revoked. So that's why we don't want to give somebody something that everybody will just begin to copy. And so people need to be creative. So we have given you the components. So if you now have further question on how will this one be cited, then you can now ask. If you have a paper you want to cite, if you are in humanities, APA is often common, except if you are in literature. If you are not in literature, you can use APA. Then, apart from scientific writing that Dan mentioned, you can also use ongoing papers. I remember when I submitted, I wrote ongoing papers. I just wrote the title. So for the person to know, oh, this person even have some work that is actually doing at the moment. So all what they want you to know is that as you are coming for the program is research oriented. So they just want you to have at least the vibe of research. So now you said part of your project, don't worry, I will mention that when we get to writing sample. So that I don't answer the question today.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. I
I'm
really
sorry,
appreciate it,
sir. Thank you so much.
Fatoki, I saw your hands up. Can you quickly go fast?
Yes, Matt. Based on publication, like, can you hear me, please?
Loud and clear, I can hear you.
All right, thank you, Bob. So, like, how many publication is considered safe for PhD admission? Then the template of the CV, please, I will still request that you send it to the platform, to the Telegram. At least this your PowerPoint presentation, so that someone are not able to pick some of the things because of time. Thank you.
Okay. We will drop this one on the PowerPoint, on the Telegram, but we will not drop any sample for CV. You can even go on Google and search sample for CV. For the number of pages, number of publications, if you have so much publications, then you can just use you can use as many as possible, as long as if you have much publications, as long as your CV does not exceed 2-3 pages, yeah, you can use it. Of course, everything is going to be single line spacing. So with that one, you can accommodate as many research as possible. Because another thing is, you can have more than one CV. Let's say, for example, you are in physics. You are applying for something on light. Maybe you want to do something on light or engineering, and you have already had 10 publications. But out of your 10 publications, only 5 focuses on light and engineering. So you just put those 5 there. So that it's going to make your application stronger. But I have had people also who do not have any maybe any publications, and they got accepted into the PhD program. So the most important thing is that at least you have finished undergraduate. Then you must have developed a writing sample. You should have a sample from your project, which we are going to consider in a short while. So don't let me go into that. Galaxy A03. Can you go fast? Okay. It's not going. Then Dan, do you discover any other?
Okay, so let me answer some questions that were dropped by I think Gideon dropped a question. So let me even answer the question about the CV. So rather than drop a template, what we would rather do is we can help you proofread your CV, right? Restructure it for you, right? So you come, just as Shegun has talked about, you design your CV in that direction, and then we can help you go through it, read through it, and have other people like read through it, and then get back to you, oh, correct this, put this here, rearrange this, right? That's much better than giving you a template. If you give a template, whatever template we're giving you is not to you, right?
Thank you very much for that opportunity.
So then also Gideon, so you talked about conference paper. So if you presented a paper at the conference, please kindly put it in your CV, right? So under conferences attended, there's also the place for presentations, right? Presentations that you have done. And I would relate that to myself, for example. Before I applied for my PhD, I didn't have any publications, but I presented at international conferences. So that was what I put up, right? So it's definitely a bonus for you. Then also research proposal. You only need to add a research proposal if your school is requiring a research proposal. Most US schools will not require you to send a research proposal. Maybe European schools would. Schools in Europe might do that. But in the US, you are not required to send a research proposal. maybe Shegun can speak to that in the humanities, but in the sciences, in medicine, where I am, you are not required to send a research proposal because you are still coming to learn a lot. So you can only talk about your research in your SOP, but you don't send a research proposal. So I'll hand it back to Shegun. Yeah.
Okay. Concerning research proposal, you may need, you may not need. For humanities, I advise people to have research proposal. One of what fascinated some of the lecturers in my school was my proposal. I already had about maybe 1,500 proposal, and it had been penetrated by many people, sent it to people for reviewing and so on. And that was the point of contact I used. Don't worry, when you get to coding email, we'll go into that. But you may just have something, maybe it may not be so comprehensive, but something that can describe what exactly you want to do. Even till today, they use that same proposal to assign me advisor. So sometimes it's very important for humanities for them to just have a sense of what exactly you want to do when you come into the program, even though whatever you have or you have written is tentative, it can change. And please, let me mention this. This group is hosted by Deeper Life Bible Church, Pittsburgh. We are not collecting money from anybody. If anybody drop message anywhere and he say, oh, chat me up privately, I have this one to give you, we are not liable to give any information about that, because when you create a group like this, you have many people from different places. Please don't give money to anybody. I don't have to give money to anybody, and we went through this thing, and that's why we are taking time to give you all what you need to go through this process. Thank you for that. We still have 4 hands. Okay, Godwin, can you go very fast? Godwin, are you there? Okay, Peter and Nene.
All right, good afternoon, sir.
Okay.
So you spoke about academic CV, and then you spoke about the duration of study. For instance, many Nigerian schools, because of ASU, their time of study, maybe it's supposed to be 4 years, now becomes extended to 5 years, 6 years, or for sometimes those that do not even have extension. Like for instance, my school, I graduated in 2021, but in our certificate, they placed 2022 there. So if you look at it now, you're trying to calculate the timing. It's supposed to be 4 years, but eventually, maybe by the time they prepared the result, it was in 2022. So it was looking like 5 years. What can we do in that instance? Thank you, sir.
Okay, that is not a disadvantage to you. It was a coronavirus, and it happened in different places. It doesn't mean the number of years you put, because some of those programs varies by school, varies by type of program, either it is full-time or part-time. So that is not in any way affecting your chances. Your result is the issue. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I was trying to ask. Why I'm asking is because the duration of my own study is 2017 to 2021. So if I now put it there, maybe you asked me to put the background, am I supposed to put 2017 to 2021 or 2017 to 2022, the time that is certified in the certificate?
Okay, let me say this. There is even between when the program was concluded and when you are certified.
Okay.
If your program was concluded in 2020, put 2020, right? So, but you became certified in 2021. That is administrative issue. It's not your issue, right? So it's not an issue. In some places, the moment you are done with your program, you get your results, right? So that is not your own challenge. So it's not a problem.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Daniel, if you are still
Yes,
there,
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you go fast?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I'm a 400 level student in studying mechanical engineering in the University of Lagos, and I want to do a master's program in aeronautic engineering. So I wanted to ask, what are the things I'll need, like, because can I get my transcript from my school and start the processing now? And do I need to write a GRE, or what are some of the schools that I can apply to? And should I wait to finish my BSc before applying for my master's? I just want to know the things. And can I get your number too, so that I can follow up with you on the processes that I need, so that I can have somebody guiding me, sir.
Okay, you don't need once you join the Telegram, you don't need our number. You just drop the message there and then you will be properly guided. How many years is your program, Dan?
5 years, sir. I'm in my 4th year. I'm doing my IT currently, 400 level. I'm doing my IT. By next year, I'll be entering 500 level, mechanical engineering.
Okay, what I can suggest you do is get all this information we are providing at the moment, and then use that to prepare what you need, right, to get into the program, because you still have 1 more year. If you have just 1 more semester and you already have, let's say, for example, transcript for the 4 years and 1 more semester, and it only remains just 1 semester, then you can be advised that, oh, you can go on with your application. You just have ongoing transcript. So when the completed one is done, you just updated it on your application portal. So just get all the information, and then you may not need to apply for masters. You may just need to apply for PhD, because most cases there may not be funding for masters. We are still saying it again, but there are more funding opportunities for PhD than masters. So
okay,
that's
PhD in aeronautic engineering, sir.
So if there are PhD in aeronautics, department varies. If there is a PhD program in aeronautics, you can apply for PhD program. If there are no PhD program, you apply for masters. When we get to factors to consider when choosing school, just listen attentively to that segment. You'll be able to get everything that you need to consider before choosing a school. If you have a school that is asking for GRE, and you now have another school that does not require GRE, and both schools have funding, and then you go for the one that doesn't require GRE, because when they request GRE, they will definitely tell you the score range. So once you are not able to meet up with the score range, it means your GRE is nothing, except you look for another school. So just pay attention.
Sorry, sir. That West that you talked about, that means I have to go to my school to get my transcript to apply those like my grades inside the West link to get my CGPA, right?
You cannot get your transcript in Nigeria until you finish your program.
Okay,
right?
sir. Okay, sir.
Outside Nigeria, you could have gotten that. So what you can do is, at the end of every semester, your results are published on the website. Download those ones that have been published, and then sit down and then begin to enter them on the West. Even though if you do that now, it's going to be partial, because when you are even still through with your program, you will still need to add other one. Or it's not a platform that you can be adding. It's a platform that you add all your results, and then you click calculate. It calculates and it sends results to your email. So you can just gather those things, gather them on ground, and then when it is time, you just go ahead and do that. You are even at advantage of knowing some of these things much more earlier.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Alice, can you go? Then we have a Bolo Atife Kundayo.
All right, thank you very much, sir. So my question boils back to this publication stuff. Recently, a pastor called me from Malaysia, and he was like, "Have I published my project?" I said no. Don't both my BSc project, my ND project, I have all of them, but the issue of publication, where to publish it and stuff like that. And he referred me back to my school. I should go and meet my supervisor for publication, which the whole process, when I was trying to get his supervisors to get his consent to work on it, it was becoming so difficult. So I'm trying to ask, are there sites where one can publish some of those things, stuff like that, sir? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. That person that refers you to your supervisor has done you much good. The reason is that when you are applying, don't worry, Dan is going to mention on the issue of recommendation. If you are published with your supervisor will be able to write your research strengths, which is very key to get accepted and get fully funded program in the US. So regardless of whatever challenges you are going through, I will advise that you still go back to that supervisor, because some application, they will tell you that write the email, the contact of your supervisor. They want to know your research strengths, because as you are coming into the program, no lecturer has time to sit you down and be teaching you how to do research. They just want to give you some problems, and then you sit down on your own, and then you iron out whatever you need to do. And then for publication, it's not compulsory that it must be you alone. You can collaborate with someone. Someone is doing something in your field. You can meet the person and then discuss, and then you contribute. Just make sure you contribute and you have the collaboration, so that if eventually you are to write a letter, you can write a letter on your behalf that, oh, this person knows how research is conducted. So I think that has answered a bit of your question. If you now have a further question, because sometimes supervisor in Nigeria will not have time for you. There are reasons for it. I know a school in Nigeria that when you are through with your graduate program, it takes 10 years before school remunerates the lecturer. So they are not motivated. And the only way they are motivated is when they publish your work. So if someone is not motivated and you are meeting the person only because of research, you need to create some background, relationship. That's why it's always good. You finish a program, don't abandon your lecturers. Once in a while, send them a message. You have something, even no matter how small, just send it. Keep the relationship alive, so that when you need a letter from them, they will be willing to give you a supporting letter. I can tell you, when my supervisor wrote a letter, I was like, wow. So has he been noticing all these things? They notice some of those things. If you meet someone who knows how to write, don't worry, when you get there, you will also tell you what to do. Jason, okay, sorry, I said Bolu Atife Kundayo.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. I thank the organizers of this program. Please, sir, what about the undergraduates? Do we still need to do worse like others? And also, that Telegram group that are sending the link, most of us are not there, and we've been saying you should send the Telegram link to join also. So can you please shed more light on this?
Okay, for the undergraduates, let me clarify something. If your age is far from 18 and you already have undergraduate program, don't consider undergraduate program, because the VO will think that you are not actually going for undergraduate program, that you want to go for something else. Some people have done undergraduate in Nigeria and they want to go to US and then start another undergraduate. You don't just do that. There are pathways to do that. So if you already have undergraduate, because from your voice, if you already have undergraduate, I advise you to apply for graduate program and not undergraduate. Now, if you now have someone who wants to apply for BSc, all what the person needs to do, you don't need to do worse from some of the experience I've had with some people. All what you just need to do is, you will go back to your secondary school where you finished. And then your school should give you from GSS 1 to SS3 results. That's what you are going to do. Then go to Google and search high school transcript templates. Just use the templates. You just sit down yourself and then compute those results. If you have further questions, just drop it on the group. Don't worry, Dan is going to drop the group link in a short while. We have dropped it before, we'll still drop it again. So that's all what you need. Thank you for that. Jason, can you go?
Yeah, thank you so very much for the time you've been doing this for us. All right. So my question, I have 3 questions, sir. Number 1 is on volunteering. So would I let the name of the church, as in the DLC have, appear in the CV? So that's number 1. Number 2, the references. 2 of my lecturers that supervised both my undergraduate and graduate studies have retired. And then I worked extensively, at least very closely to these two professors. I wouldn't know, since they are no more in the system, can they still be my referees? And then number 3 is on WES evaluation. So I've done that WES evaluation on the internet, but I didn't include the name of the courses I did while I was in school. Do I need to include these courses so that when I'm sending them to go, is the aggregated? Thank you so very much. These are the 3 questions.
Jason, Dan is going to attend to your question, but I didn't get the last question you asked. The line was breaking. Can you ask again? The last question on the WES.
Valuation is the question. So I've done that on the internet. So, but I didn't include the name of the courses I took while in school. I just entered the grades that I had. So, but I wouldn't know if I need to enter the name of the courses while imputing for the calculation for the conversion, sir.
Okay. Dan, are you still there? You should, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can you help me to attend to those questions?
Can you take the last one again, sir?
Okay, the last one is very simple. He has done the WES evaluation before, but he was saying that he didn't put all the for example, every course code has a course title, right?
Yeah.
So, and then you don't need to put those course code and course title. The major thing you just need is your grade and then the unit of the course, right? So for that person, you don't need to put all the names. You are only doing that one just for you to have an overview of what your result is going to be over 4.0. That's all what you need. You don't need to put all the names of those courses. If you put it there, it's just for you to not to miss one when you are completing. Yeah, that's all what you need to do. But let me to speak on the issue of the volunteering and the retired supervisors.
Okay, so let me start with the retired supervisors. Because I have a supervisor that has passed. So that's even worse than retirement, right? So about retired supervisors, you have to firstly remember that the important part of the supervision or the recommendation that you're getting from them is not whether they were retired or are still working, right? It's what they can speak to about you. It's that recommendation. So it doesn't have to be, are they retired or are they still working? It's, can they recommend you? So it's like they are simply asking them to give their own input on who you are as a person, as a researcher, as an academic, or whatever field that you are in, right? To speak to that. So whether they are retired or not doesn't affect that, because they worked with you, they supervised you, they advised you at some point, right? Then about volunteering, any volunteering experience that is relevant, right? That is relevant is much added. So be it church, be it in the mosque, be it in wherever you find yourself. Because volunteering basically is, you are speaking to soft skills, right? You are speaking to soft and hard skills and personality. So leadership, working, innovation, and all that. So when you're talking about your volunteering experience, basically what the person wants to see is where you worked, what you did, like your roles, right? So it's basically showing that, outside science, because sorry, I'm using science and medicine because that's what I mean. But they basically want to see that outside like that, your field of research, wherever you are, science, humanities, or this thing, do you still can you still translate? Can you still translate? Can you still translate your personalities, your skills, who you say you are to those fields, to outside it, right? Because they want somebody who is whole, who is holistic, right? They don't want to just be, I'm great at humanities, I'm great at medicine, I'm great at science, because your life is going to be more than that. And you have to find that balance. So they want to know that you have that balance, because sincerely, trust me, if you think you can work hard, you will get more than enough of working hard. So you'll be tired. So that one is normal. So they want to know that, okay, when you're leaving the lab or when you're leaving the class or when you're leaving my office as a supervisor, you have other ways to fill your life up, right? So that when you're showing up tomorrow, you're not burnt out. So whatever the experience is, speak to it, right? Look at how it fits, because when you're writing your SOP or your personal statement, which I also get to, you are going to speak about personal skills. You'll speak about soft skills, because when you are going to say I'm a perfect fit for this program, it's not just based on degrees. People have first class. People are published in Nature from undergraduate. People are published in Science, Cell Report from undergraduate. So if you think it's publications, then there are people who have better opportunities. But people who get into schools in the US are because they are a perfect fit, right? So not just academics alone, the whole thing. And that's why if you say Americans, they volunteer like there's no tomorrow. Like they volunteer like there's no tomorrow, because it's important, because they want to know that you can do it all, right? Yeah, thank you. So please, if it's DLCF, whatever it is, put it, because you gave your time, you gave your skill, you also learned certain things there, right? So please put it.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, sir. The reason why I was thinking about the reference is that some of these school requires official emails, and then since they are out of the system, they are not having access to their official emails again. So that is the reason why I'm asking. So does that mean that they are going to use their personal email address?
Okay, let me say something about that. You know, every lecturer you have, they also have other lecturers in the same department, right? All what you can tell the person to do, those people to do, is let them write a letter for you, right? And then collect that sample of the letter they write. And then tell those two people to speak to other of the colleagues. Of course, they are going to have junior colleagues, right? Let them speak to those junior colleagues. And if possible, they can just, those junior colleagues will say, oh, of course, we have not interacted with this person, so how do we know what to write? So you just give them a template of what the person had already written, and then you submit your CV. So people will just even say, submit your CV. With your CV, they can write a convincing recommendation letter for you. So those ones who are still in the system, you can use their own email for the application. So that one can be of a guide. So if you have other questions, don't worry, even for that email, you can still, yes, ask in the group who can still help. But if you go by that link, you can still get what you need. Because it's better than someone that is even dead. It's better than someone that is even still dead. They are still alive and they can still write a letter for you. So yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Godwin,
Yes, sir.
can you quickly go? Then I'll go to Perpetual.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. About the 5-point grade, sir. Like my school is having it on 5 points, sir. If I want to upload it on the West, will I convert it, or I'll put 5 points on it, sir? On the 5-point grade, sir.
Jeremiah,
yes, sir.
We've mentioned this issue before. If you
No,
are
I mean
going to,
when I'm uploading it.
If you are uploading, don't worry, upload it 5.0. Don't worry. Upload it one with 5.0. But when you have started applying, there is a section you are going to get to that will ask for your CGPA. So you just put, sometimes some school will even put over 4.0. Some other school will not even put over 4.0, but they expect you to have converted it to 4.0. So you just put it there. But when you are uploading, you upload the one you already have from the school. And then either it is 5.0 or 7.0. That one is not a problem.
Right.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, sir.
Godwin. Bayeti.
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My questions are in twofold. The first one has to do with, I want to find out whether the academic CV presented to us, every academic CV supposed to be like that, or is there any other way someone can also write his or her academic CV. Then the next question is, per what you've given to us, something like membership publication. Me, for instance, I have a problem with that. So if you are writing in some of the components, you don't have anything for it. Supposing you don't have anything for it, can you leave it out? And if you leave it out, is there any consequences? Thank you very much.
Okay. Redmi Note 7, can you go?
Okay, good day. Thank you for the enlightenment and opportunity. My question goes to Dan, Mr. Dan. So I'm a medical doctor doing housemanship in Lagos here. So I want to ask concerning masters in public health in the US as a spectrum. So I'm considering applying to several schools. And since he mentioned something about the health sector, I'm guessing he will be in a better place to answer this. So my question is, I understand the need for transcript, recommendation letter. How can things I need to get to be able to be considered for a fully sponsored scholarship in Masters in Public Health in the US? So that's my question for him. What are the things that I need?
Okay, thank you for your question. If we attend to it, not now. If we attend to it when you get to factors you need to consider. Am I right, brother? Yeah.
Yeah, yes, definitely.
Thank you very much. Concerning,
I wouldn't
don't forget that there is difference between academic CV and resume. All what we mentioned so far is academic CV. And the components we mentioned are what are expected. We have gone through this the procedure, and that's what we are telling you. And then the ones you don't need, you don't have, for example, you don't have volunteering, you don't need to put it there. So that is all what you need. I think we will need to leave this section because we still have other things to do. And if your questions are not attended to, or you are not able to ask your question, we are very sorry. Just drop your question in the chat box or in the group and it will be attended to. We are very sorry. We have other things and everything we are going to mention are what we need. And we don't need anyone.
I'm even thinking of leaving it till they finish, because they are going to cover more than what we are asking.
Okay, thank you for that suggestion. Brother, can we go to the next stage, which is going to be on SOP?
Okay. Thank you. So even before I go to the SOP, I'll just briefly show a sheet, which is because when you're applying, right, you want to be able to track your applications. So I'll show this. Okay. So can we all see my screen?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, so before I go into the talk around SOPs and personal statement, so one important thing about application processes, right? You want to be able to track everything in one place. You want to have all your information. Information is very important, right? The difference between you getting into a program or you applying to a program where the chances are low or you don't have what you need to get into that program, right? So one thing that helps is an application tracker. So it has 2 pages, your normal Excel sheet. So you have on it, you have your university that you are looking at, the city, what is the course, right? So different programs have different names. So that's something I'm going to talk about later. Potential advisors. So for in medicine and in the sciences, some schools will tell you to apply to a professor. Some will tell you to apply to the program directly, right? So for those that tell you to apply to the program directly, you go through what we call rotation. You go through rotations whereby you go to different labs to learn. In the humanities, I believe you will go straight into a professor's space, right? His working environment. So you have to send them emails. So you want to have their names, their emails, what is their research interest? This is also important, right? Because you want to understand that research interest and know it's perfect for you. Then another part is what are the requirements? So that's something you would see on the website of the program that you're interested in. And one easy way to even check for programs is, so whatever course you're interested in, or whatever course you have done, microbiology, linguistics, whatever. So type it out into Google. Graduate programs in the US, microbiology. You will see universities pop out, right? And then you go in and start searching. I will show us an example of how to search for that. This sheet will be shared with everybody, and I will explain how we can use it. Then the second page is your research interest. So you always want to have your research interest listed out. Because remember when I was talking earlier, I said people who get into schools in the US is based on fit. How well do you fit? How well does this faculty feel like the two of you are on the same page? So you also want to have your own research interest. What are you interested in your field? What interests you, right? Listed out. Then we now look at disciplines involved. So what courses are offering that research interest? So if I wanted to do something cellular, do I have to look for courses that are biochemistry based, cellular and molecular biology based? Or if I go to one integrated program, will I see a faculty member in that course? So I'll just really stop sharing this. I just wanted to show us that briefly, because you always want to track whatever you are doing. You want to know what you are doing. So admission requirements, like I said, then the start date. So when you open a program, let me show you one, for example, quickly. So this is the university. This is Pennsylvania State University. So when you open the website, I'm using undergraduate now, for example. Okay, let me use postgraduate. So now you would see an overview. Most programs have an overview to show you when they start. Sorry. Okay, let me just use undergraduate instead. So dates and deadlines. So most admissions here start August 1st, right? So they start August 1st. So you should be done with your application by November 1st for this school. That's Penn State. Some other schools, it goes as far as December 15th, December 1st. For some schools, January 15th. Then when you see something called rolling admission means that they take people all year. But you also don't want to apply to a school that does rolling admission, because if they don't have funding, especially for masters and PhD, they won't be able to take you, right? So you always want to look for schools that have a set start date for application and a set end date for application, so you know when to apply. But most fall applications, which is like you want to resume in August, it starts by August 1st and closes November 30th or December 15th, sometimes January 15th. I'll stop sharing my screen so I can go back to the SOP. Sorry. Okay, all questions will be taken, don't worry. Okay. So when considering SOP, right, which is a statement of purpose or a personal statement, so you have to also be sure when you check the school's application page. I think somebody is on. Please, could you mute? Okay, thank you. When going through a school's admission page, right, when you have found a program that you're interested in, you want to know if they want an SOP, which is a statement of purpose, or a personal statement. Now, there's just a little bit of difference between the both of them. So a statement of purpose is more professional, right? So your research interests, you introduce yourself, introduce the introduction, your research experience, research interests, and career goals. You don't put in your relevant life experiences, right? What else you have done outside research, you don't need to put that in. But in a personal statement, it's everything. So they want to know who you are as a person and who you are as an academic or a researcher, whatever field you have been in. Now, this is very important. Most schools are requiring personal statement nowadays because it gives them a better view of who you are. So the introduction is super important, right? So if you meet somebody, for example, you have to introduce yourself. And now, an SOP or a personal statement is very important. Why? Because it's the first document they would see before they ever get to meet you physically, right? That tells them about Shegun, that tells them about Daniel, that tells them about everybody on this call. So that's why it's very important to take out your time to write it properly, right? The next document is your CV, which Shegun talked about. CV also tells them a bit about you, and then your recommendation letter seals it, right? Somebody else is now telling them about you. So now the introductions are very important. Introductions are very important because you have to start on the right foot. And now most times when people write SOP introductions or personal statement introductions, please avoid sub stories. Like, when I was 4 years old, my parent passed, or when I was 2 years old, my auntie had HIV, and that's what inspired me to study HIV. Like, as much as there are people who have had those experiences, and that's what inspired them, it has become so generic now that it has lost its effect. So they have seen a lot of it. So by the time they see it, to them it's like you have copied it from somewhere, or like you're just telling a normal story. Because your SOP has to be unique, it has to be different. Shegun cannot tell Daniel's story, and Daniel cannot tell Shegun's story, right? So you have to ensure that you are telling the right story about yourself. You are introducing yourself, right? So you have not met me before, I've not met you before. So you want me to leave with a good impression about you. And if someone asks me, oh, tell me a bit about Shegun, I can tell them in proper fact about you. So the introduction has to be something that introduces you, right? In terms of who you are as a person. And I'll show us in the next page. Then you also have to talk about your research experience, relevant research experience. Please, your undergraduate research is also important because that was the first time you ever did research, either in the humanities or whatever field you are. It is super important, right? And it's always good to go chronologically. So start from your earliest experience and then end with your most recent experience, right? So that there's a flow. There always has to be a flow. Don't write haphazardly. So if my undergraduate project was in 2014, I'll write about it first. Then I moved to my master's or whatever program I did. If I didn't do a master's, maybe I interned at somewhere. I talk about that internship and what I got to do, right? Then research interest. What are you interested in? Remember that your research interest can change, right? But we first want to know, okay, where are you at? What interests you in this field of humanities? And that is why your project is important. Your project should inform a bit about your research interest, project you have done. Then also, you also have to be reading that, right? What is changing in your field? What is interesting in your field? When you think about linguistics, what makes you happy? What makes you, oh, this is interesting, I want to do it. When you think about nursing, for example, what makes you interested in nursing? What is happening in the field of nursing science, nursing education, whatever part of nursing, what is making you interested in it? That is your research interest, right? Because that is where you can talk excitedly about what excites you. Then your career goals. What do you look to achieve with that PhD? What are you looking, or your master's or your bachelor's? What are you looking to achieve, right? Most times when you're talking about your bachelor's, for example, you're applying to a bachelor's, it's you talking about it being a start for you, right? So a bachelor's is most likely always talking about a start, like I'm starting something. A master's, I'm looking to go to the next step. A PhD, I'm looking to solidify what I'm doing currently. So I'll show us an example. Then if you was a personal assistant, you talk about your relevant life experience. So outside academics, have you worked? So if you worked in a hospital, for example, or you worked with children, or you volunteered, speak about that. But don't just speak about it that, oh, I volunteered with the School of Homeless Children for the past 4 years. If I was going to use it for a nursing application, I will speak about how working with those children has helped me maybe pay more attention to patients, or help me even now know how to work with children patients better, right? You have to now bring it back home to how that has positioned you to be a more complete human being, a more complete applicant, right? So this is an example of an SOP written to the State University of New York, Albany. So it starts with this introduction where it says, I have spent the last 5 years volunteering and leading community development. This is for a STEM program, right? And so the individual talks about how he has firstly been working, right? and he talks about his interests. He talks about a gap, right? In the sense that, oh, there's a gap between the research we do in the lab and the results or the solutions we're able to translate into our community. So so already I know that this person is interested in research. I know that this person is interested also in converting or translating that research into interventions, right? And then the person then takes you through his undergraduate and master's degree, right? The research he got to do. And also you don't have to state all your statistics in your research, right? Think of your abstract. When you're writing an abstract for your research, that is what it should be, a snapshot, because you also have a word limitation for most SOPs or personal statements. Some schools will tell you 800 words, some schools will tell you 1,500 words. So you don't have to overwrite, right? So when writing, ensure that you're not repetitive also. Don't be repeating the same thing. Oh, when doing my undergraduate degree, taking courses in so helped me to be better. Then you now go back again. Oh, taking a course in biology helped me to be better in working this. You have to write with less words, but convey more information, right? And one important thing is that when talking about your research experience, always end it with the skills that you learned. Always end it with the skills that you learned. And so I'll give you a good example here. So when this person is writing, he speaks about channeling, putting together my core curriculum, blah, blah, blah. Overall, my master's will shape my perspective on the importance of filling the knowledge gap by developing an intervention. Then also spoke about communicating that research, right? So now speaking about having science communication skills, which is important for graduate school or even any form of research, right? Or any form of academia. And then also, like I said, always talk about the skills that you learned. So is it soft skills? Did you become a better communicator? Did you become a better writer? Did you become a better researcher in terms of like, oh, I learned these diagnostic skills? If it's in humanities, maybe you learned how to analyze certain part of your data. Always talk about that, right? Because people want to live with the fact that, oh, this person has these skills, because that's what they're looking for. What skills do you have from those experiences? You can't go through an experience and not come out with something. So it's not just about listing, oh, I carried out this study in Ilaje and I worked with 500 women. And we saw that 20% of them are stating statistics, which is good, beautiful. It shows that your work was good, right? It shows that you're passionate about your work. But you have to talk about what then did I take away from this research, right? You don't need too many lines. 2 lines is enough. So at the completion of this research, I gained valuable skills in data analysis, data communication.
Okay, so please get started.
Sorry, Emmanuel Faith. So it's super important that we always communicate that. So when you're talking about research experiences in your SOP or your personal statement, never forget to add that. I will take our questions after this. Never forget to add that these are the skills I learned. Because like I said earlier, they want to know that you're a perfect fit. And either for bachelor, either for master's, either for PhD, you are not coming empty-handed, right? I've either learned, even if it's personal skills are also important, right? Because you have to work with people, you have to learn with people. So don't feel like, oh, maybe I didn't learn this technique, but you also learn to work in a team. Speak about that. Sorry. And so the part where I spoke about research interest. So you have to talk about your research interest. So here this person says that, oh, pathogen host interactions and drug target screening, blah, 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 blah.
So we're gonna do the correction together now. Yeah, so we'll start with the first one. The first question there.
Sorry, let me stop sharing for a minute.
So for question number 1, I will need Grace to answer that. Grace, can you please?
Sorry about that. Please kindly keep yourself muted so that we don't waste ourselves time here, so we can move. Because I might have to remove the next person. Thank you. And I will answer your questions also, sorry. So like I said about research interest, right? You have to talk about your research interest. It's like someone meeting you and telling you, oh, tell me about yourself, right? You have to talk about what you're passionate about also. So here in this paragraph, I spoke about what this person speaks about what's interesting them. Oh, he's saying, oh, I like this research, I'm interested in this part of research. Then you have to now tie it into the lecturer's research also, right? Their own research interests. And that is why when I showed you that application tracker sheet, there was a place for faculty research interests, right? You have to look at those whose research interests align with yours. Now, if you find out that certain faculty that you like their work, their research doesn't align with your previous research interest, that's not a problem, right? Because you can still speak about your research interests, then end with the fact that you are also open to learning. You are open to picking up new things. You are open to learning new techniques and expanding your field, right? Because that is the most important part of, let me speak to graduate school. You are learning new things. You are open, right? And if you were satisfied with your research interests, you will have stayed in Nigeria, but you wanted to go somewhere to learn more and be better, right? So don't also let that box you in and say, okay, I looked at the faculty group. I did not find anybody with my research interest. So try to look at it in a broader term. Are you interested in a broader group of research? And then look at people within that group, right? But if you find somebody who fits your own research interest, perfect. But if you don't see someone who fits your research interest, look at the research. Which of them interests you? Which of them do you see yourself doing for a 2-year program or a 5-year program that you feel is interesting to you? Look up what is happening in that research interest in your field. What are people doing there? Does it interest you? It doesn't just have to be that, oh, a lot of people are doing it. Can you see yourself doing it? Because you are going to be, when you get in, you'll be doing it, right? So can you see yourself doing it for those years? And then also speaking about relevant life experience, if it's a personal statement. So here where the person says, furthermore, as a molecular scientist, you also have to speak about, that's where your volunteering or your work experience comes in, right? So if you're applying to grad school, if you have taught or you're being a tutor, that's an important experience, right? Because in grad school, part of your funding will come either as a graduate student assistant, a graduate research assistant, or a teaching assistant, whereby you have to teach undergrads, right? Or you have to teach a practical class. So you also want to show that I've had this experience. And that might be what might even tilt you over the line. The professor might be looking for a new teaching assistant, and that is what will tilt you over the line. So that's why like your relevant life experience is important, either in form of your volunteering experience or your work experience. Now you have to always ensure that with both of them, either volunteering experience or work experience, you can tie it into your grad school application. If I'm applying to a mechanical engineering program, I probably don't want to put in a volunteering experience where I have to like maybe babysit for somebody or teach. Teaching is good. You can put in a teaching experience, but I probably don't want to put in an experience where that's not related. Maybe I intend at somewhere that was not a mechanical engineering firm. I don't need that, right? So that's why it's important for you to put your relevant life experience. That's why the word relevant is there. So I would take a few questions before moving. So if hands are up, so I'll start with God Saint Arinze. Hi,
Okay.
God Saint Arinze.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for everything. I don't know if this question somebody have asked it already, but I want to know what's the chances of somebody that graduated since 2015?
Hello, God Saint. I heard part of it. You didn't finish your question.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I say thank you for everything. I've really learned a lot. My question is, I don't know if somebody have asked it already, what are the chances for someone who graduated since 2015?
Okay. Applying for a master's or a PhD?
Yes, a master's or a PhD.
So I would like to say that. So let me ask you a question back before I answer that question.
Yeah.
Has your results, has it disappeared?
No, it hasn't.
Okay, so that's that first part. So it's not a problem, right? If you finished in 2015, 2016. So I graduated in 2015. I served in 2016 to 2017. And I started applying 2019 or 2020, and I got in 2022. So it doesn't matter. So now, for what you will now do, right? For your CV, for even your SOP, right? You have to fill in those gaps. What were you doing within that time, right? Were you working? Were you volunteering? Put in those experiences, right? So that's not a problem. If it's normal, people go even over here, right? When people finish their bachelors, they go and work for like 10 years. I have classmates who went to work for like 10 years and then came back to say, okay, I think I want to do a PhD. I want to do a master's. So it's not like it's not a bad thing that, oh, you finished 2015 and now you're applying, right? You just have to like show that, okay, within that time, talk about the experiences that you had, relevant experiences.
Okay, thank you very much. Another one that is connected to it is, what if I don't have, maybe I did not graduate, but I wrote my exams the final year and left. I think I can still use my transcripts, but I don't have my certificate.
So come again. You said you didn't finish.
I got to final year. I left. I wrote all my exams, but at final year I just got discouraged with everything and just left. I think I can still use my transcript that way. Is it possible?
Was it a 4-year program or a 5-year program?
No, 5 years. 5 years program.
So what school is this?
FUTO, Federal University of Technology, Owerri.
Owerri, okay.
Yeah, FUTO.
So that's quite unique because you would need your school to send transcripts, right?
Transcript.
Yes, that's the thing. You can actually upload your transcript, but just like Shegun pointed out, your school still needs to send your transcripts.
Okay.
Right? If I'm applying to a school, for example, that wants transcript from my schools, I know maybe not a West evaluated transcript, then you still need to send it, right? And you probably have to go back and find a way to finish because that is still incomplete, right? That is a big incomplete because you still have like a final exam or something to do. Because you also would have to your certificate will also have to be updated at some point, or they will need to know that you finished. Except you had finished all your courses, your exams have been written, and maybe you didn't come for convocation or something. But if you didn't finish, like your final CGPA was calculated for all the courses that you did. If that has not been done for you, then that might be a problem, right? You might have to still go back to your school and find out how you can sort that out.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So let me go to Adeoti. After Adeoti, then Golden Grace.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm very grateful. And first, let me commend your. Okay, is this Mr. Daniel?
Hello?
Hello, sir. Are you Mr. Daniel?
Yeah, I'm Daniel. Yes.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, thank you, sir. I think I was on with you some few minutes ago. The only question I have here is this program meant for just postgraduate alone, PhD, masters?
So the program is meant for both bachelors, masters, and PhD, right? But we gave an advice as regards bachelors that if you are quite far from like let's say 16 to 21 or 16 to 22, 23, which is like the usual age in which most people are finishing from bachelor's, right? Would advise that you just go and do a master's or a PhD. And this is why. it will not, it hasn't to do with your application, right, to a bachelor's. But the problem will be where you go for your visa interview, right? And Shegun talked about it. And I saw this happen when I went for my visa interview, where certain people were turned back. Not even just for undergrad, not just for bachelor's application, but also for some people who are applying to high school from Nigeria, high school in the US. And the woman was like, oh, so you are 13 or you are 15. How come it didn't match, right? So you don't have to go through that after getting an admission. So I would advise that if you were considering a bachelor's, but you are kind of past the age for like bachelor's, I would say if you are beyond the age of 22, I advise you to apply for a master's, except you have never done a bachelor's before. If you have never done a bachelor's in any program, but then no problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's all right, sir. I appreciate that. But okay, you said if because I'm looking at people of like 30, 40 years of age. That's actually my consideration. So it's better we go for
a master's.
We go for masters. Thank you so much, sir. God bless you.
And I would like to add also that if for example you are trying to move between fields, maybe you did a master, you did your bachelor's in humanities, you are trying to get into the sciences or something. There are ways to go about that. There are ways, because I have professors in the US, people do bachelor's in English and then come and do their masters in biology, do PhD in biology, and are professors in that field. I have professors like that. I have a classmate who did a master's in biology, did a master's in history, did a bachelor's in biology, did a bachelor's in history. So there's that, you can cross fields, right? Please, let's mute ourselves if you are not speaking. Thank you. You can cross fields, but you just have to be.
Sorry, sir. On this, how about the financial implication of this thing?
So when you say financial application, are you talking about financial application for a bachelor's or a financial application for a graduate program?
A graduate program.
So for a graduate program, I think I'm already going into that. But for a graduate program, the only financial implications you might have will be the application fee. And certain schools will be the application fee.
Okay.
And certain schools might waive that. There are schools that do application free week or whatever it's called. But I also would advise you not to apply to a lot of those schools because there will be a lot of people applying, right? So maybe thousands and thousands of people applying. So that reduces your chances. So it's part of what I'll be talking about, like what to look out for. But there are schools that, just like Shegun said, if you are written IELTS or written an English exam, they can give you a waiver. You can also speak to the graduate coordinator and ask for a waiver. That is allowed. And if they don't give it, no problem. But that's something also that you can communicate to the graduate program administrator. The US schools actually give waivers. Like if you request for it, they will give it to you. But if they cannot give it to you, they will tell you that, oh, well, sorry, we can't give it. And you also see it on the program's website that, oh, application waivers will not be given. And for those kind of schools, the application fee is usually very low, maybe $30, $20, right? Yes, in the conversion rate, it's a lot, right? But to an American, it's kind of low compared to a school that's telling you to pay $90, $100. Some schools have that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so Golden Grace, can we have your question? Then go to Coco. Hello, Golden Grace.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. God will bless you immensely. I have some questions. Number one, I want to find out, will there be recorded version of this meeting? Can it be sent?
Yeah, to be shared also. The link will be shared.
Okay, through the Telegram.
Yes, and that's why we keep dropping the Telegram link. This chat so that people can join.
Okay, thank you. And also, I
just
don't know if it's possible to have your number, maybe for a personal one-on-one counseling. Like,
if you have questions, just once you join the Telegram group, right? If you have questions, you can always just shoot a question at me.
okay.
Don't worry.
Then for somebody that's okay, I'm
Go
listening.
on, sorry. Go on, no, go on. Please.
Okay, for somebody that is like 40 plus, but has never had a BSc, can that person apply for a BSc?
So what's the highest level of education that this person has?
WAEC. The person tried having BSc, but maybe on the second year, third year could not continue. In a foreign university.
Okay.
Could not continue. I would want to have the BSc now.
Okay. So that's not, like I told last person, that's not a problem, right? Schools don't discriminate. Schools don't say, okay, because you're a certain age, you cannot apply. The only place where you would have to like convince anybody, right, is the visa officer. That is the only place. That's the only place. The visa officer, right? If you get an admission, you have to go for your visa application, right? You have to go for your visa interview. So those are the only people you have to convince that, oh, you are not running away or something. So you have to, that's the person you would have to convince, right? So like I said earlier, you can apply. I don't actually advise. But on that, like, but I added the caveat, like if you have never had a bachelor's before, then definitely go ahead and apply.
And once I get fully funded.
For bachelors, you would have to. It's a much different process from graduate school. So you might have to write an SAT. You might have to do some other. You might have to also communicate with the school, right? Because people in the US here pay for bachelors. Bachelors is people even take loans to pay, right? So, but there are also scholarships that are available for international students and also American students. So we would have to ask that. We would have to like inquire for that. You have to speak to the school's administrator for that program you're interested in and inquire, okay, what available funding opportunities are there for internationals, right? Yeah.
Okay, so the fully funding is not, it's limited.
It's not that it's limited, but you would have, it's like on a come as you come basis, right? At least for science, in the sciences and tech, right? That they come basis. Because that's where your SAT scores will also play a role. If you have a very high SAT scores, you can get a scholarship. But if it's not as high, you might get a partial scholarship. It's dependent on the schools. Schools are different in terms of their funding for undergraduate programs. And like I said, this is because Americans pay. That's a year student loan and all that, right? So you would have to find out what opportunities are available in that program and in that school that you're interested in. Right?
Okay. My other question is, I don't know if you're familiar with this Open University in Nigeria.
Yeah, no.
Okay. If one had done an MSc with Open University, can one use it?
Yes. So they are online. Do you go in physically for classes at any point? Or exams?
Sorry.
Did you go in physically for classes or exams?
Physical exams.
So that is even good, because even here in the US, right, there are schools that are called online universities where people get degrees, right? And they use that also. So it's not a problem, because as long as now, at least I know that now is accredited, right? It's part of the
Yes.
So it's not a problem. That's even more perfect, right? You can use that.
Okay. And this scholarship program now, are there schools that are online that one will get scholarship program, maybe fully funded, but they are online programs?
Yeah,
not
they are
physical.
online. They are online programs. They are online schools. I don't know how full
Okay.
the funding is. There might be some fees that you still have to pay, right? But I don't know much about online universities in terms of like total funding. But I know they give some sort of funding, right? But it might not be 100% in some of them. So it gets
Okay.
down. It's down to how you can research the school that you want, which is like the first big task that everybody has, right? You have to research the schools that fit for you.
And in that case, one must be resident in US. Okay.
No, for online programs, it's not resident. Yes, can be anywhere you.
Okay.
Thank you. So I would move to Coco. Coco, can you ask a question?
Thank you. It was just on something you mentioned once. You said that if you did not do anything related to the course, to the field you want to do, that is not end up stating it in the statement of purpose or in the SOP or the personal statement, but it's kind of stated in the academic CV.
So what do you mean by something that is not related?
Okay, like you gave an example of if you studied, you want to study mechanical engineering. If you did something that is not mechanical engineering related per se, that you don't add it in the statement of purpose. But can you put in your so that okay, you did this that certain year to fill in the gaps or something like that?
Yes. So you can also like I said that for statement of purpose, right? But you can put it in your personal statement. I think the personal statement is more of it's just statement of purpose is fully academic, right? Academic and only research experiences. But for your personal statement, that I say most schools are now moving towards personal statements more. And also when you check a program's website, they also break down what they want to see in your statement of purpose or personal statement. Some of them might ask you to talk about personal experiences, right? So you can talk about these experiences you are talking about that might not be directly related. And that's why I say you also have to always end with what did you take away from it? So in terms of skills, in terms of experience, don't just state like a broad thing, be specific. So for example, this experience you're talking about, maybe you managed your mom's, that's perfect. But maybe you managed a shop for somebody, or you worked as an administrative assistant for somebody, right? Talk about, I expect that if from that experience you learned organizational skills, right? I expect from that experience you learned maybe you improved your proficiency in using MS Office. I expect from that experience you improved maybe your ability in scheduling, in like organizing your day, so which is also important as a graduate student, right? Or as a student, you have to be able to organize your day, organize everything about your life weekly. So you have that, I said, you have to always end it with like, okay, this is what I learned, and this thing will be important for whatever I'm going to do, either at undergraduate or graduate level. So you always have to like drive that home that this is not a wasted experience, right? But I'm saying that if it's totally far with that, you cannot link either soft skills or whatever, just leave it out of it.
All right, thank you.
Is that all? I think the next person on my screen is IAT Gordon. And then I'll take Theodora and then Udom Hope. The others can drop their questions.
All right. Thank you very much. My question is there are two. The first one has to do with the SOP and then the PS. That is personal statement. I want to find out, are there two different entities? Or if you are writing one stand for, if it is SOP, it is the same as PS. Is it the same thing? If you write one, is it the same thing? That is the first question. And the second question has to do with if someone is having BEd degree in mathematics and ICT, which is the recommended master degree that you can offer as far as US schools are concerned? Thank you very much.
Okay, so I would speak firstly to the question of SOP and personal statement. So an SOP, like I said, is totally academics, right? So your academic experience and your research experience, right? And then your research interest. So they want to know who you are as an academician. That's all they want to know, and your research interest and your research experience, right? That is mostly for SOP. It's kind of like a formal document, mostly formal. But for personal statements, they want to know you as a person, that whatever experiences you have had, right? That you feel strengthen you as an applicant, right? So it has to be also, you have to tie it into your application. And like that document I showed you was a personal statement and not an SOP. Now, it also has the part, then you also include the part of like a research experience or research interest. So it's more holistic, right? It's like me meeting somebody, for example, maybe I'm meeting Joe for the first time. And I'm asking Joe, oh, if it was an SOP, I'm asking him, oh, which school did you go to? What classes did you take? What's your research interest? What research experience have you had? Right? So he's telling me all about that. But if it's a personal statement, I'm asking Joe about, tell me about yourself. Tell me about what it was like growing up. Tell me about where you have worked in the past, right? And how do you feel like you working in that place ties into or makes you a better applicant? Before I even ask him about his research interest or research experience. So in a personal statement, they want to know everything about you that you feel will make you a good applicant. So both personal, academics, everything together. But an SOP is strictly talking about academia. Like, what have you done in academia? What interests you in academia? Then you asked about a bachelor's in education, right? In mathematics and ICT. And where can you apply to? I'm not in the mathematics field, but I know that in the sciences, in mathematics, you can apply directly to mathematics, even though you had a bachelor's, an educational bachelor's, right? You always have like a PhD in mathematics education, and you have a PhD in either pure mathematics or different parts of mathematics. I don't know much about like mathematics deeply, but I would say that let me just add that the recording will be shared with everyone, so we don't have to worry about having to record it locally. So don't be worried about that. So variety. So I'm saying that you can apply to mathematics, either education or mathematics in the sciences. You can also apply to certain parts of mathematics that might not be in mathematics, or might be in a physics, for example, might be in, because mathematics has a lot of modeling, right? It has a lot of running of systems, right? So there might be other programs, which is also very important. When you are looking at programs in the US, think about your research interest first, not the name of your program. Because if you are thinking of, maybe you want to look at the modeling, you want to do something on modeling, it might not be in mathematics, it might be in engineering, right? The person doing that thing might be in engineering, but you can still work with that person. You can apply to that engineering program, right? I don't have to be an engineer. If I have experience in that field, in maybe modeling or maybe some mathematical understanding, then if I find someone who fits what I want to do, I can apply to that program. Do you understand that? So it doesn't have to be when I open a school's website, I'm only looking for mathematics. Think about your research interest first. Check mathematics. Is anybody there that is doing that? Okay, no. Check physics. Is anybody there that is doing that? No. You will see other courses, mechanical engineering, other places where you know that mathematics is being applied, computer science, computer engineering, computer modeling, systems engineering, all those things. You will see them there. You will find somebody that is doing that. Does that answer your question?
Thank you very much. I think it's well answered. But then you've been mentioning research interest or throughout all of this thing. Please throw more light on it. I want to know more. If they say research interest, what does it mean?
So research interest, basically, I will explain this for everybody. So research interest is the area of your field that you are passionate about exploring, right? So I'll give you an example. So my program is in the School of Medicine. It's called the Integrative Systems Biology Program, right? So it's a combination of experimental research and computational biology, right? But I'm interested in infectious diseases, HIV research, right? And so my current, where I do my thesis is in HIV research and infectious disease. So when I came online, when I came on the program's website to look for faculties that I'll be interested in working with, I was looking for people who were doing virology, viral research, HIV research, right? And so because those are my interests, right? So now it has to be something that you're interested in, something that you are passionate about pursuing. There's always something in your field. If it's in microbiology, maybe food microbiology, maybe preservation of this thing. If it's in geology, maybe bioremediation, whatever it is, there's always something in your field. Think of what you did for your master's or for your bachelor's. There was a research direction that you followed, right? There's a research direction that you followed. Okay. So always think of that. That's where your research interest comes from. What in your field are you excited about? What in your field do you want to explore? That is your interest. You get that?
Thank you very much. I think I've gotten it very well. God bless you so much.
Thank you. So before I move to Joe, I just want to add that you always have stay updated about your field. What is happening? You don't have to know everything, right? You don't have to understand, but what is happening? What is exciting you about it? Because when you speak, when you write, you have to write with that excitement, right? Thank you. Joe, and I'll take Joe's question, then I'll hand over back to Shelly.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dan. Good morning. I guess you are in the morning.
Good morning.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Please, I want to ask concerning research interest. Take for example, for myself, I did physics electronics, and during my undergraduate, I specialized in, or I had my project in atmospheric physics. But prior to that time, I had interest in the telecoms industry, and presently I'm in the telecommunication industry. But trying to tie my research interest with a lecturer in the department, sometimes when I look at their publications, I don't really understand their methodologies. So trying to open a conversation with the lecturer, I don't know if my inability to be able to, understand the methodology of their research, program, their research is a kind of limitation, or I need to work on one or two things. Though I have some basic skills, like in Python and R, but the methodology aspects are sometimes I'm kind of lost. So I just need clarification.
Okay.
And another question is, I tried doing this West evaluation, and I have not gotten my feedback. So I don't know if it takes time for me to get feedback after submitting my grades for the West evaluation. So those are the two questions I have.
So let me start with your last question. So the West evaluation, are you talking about the IGPA calculator or the full application, the full West evaluation?
I think it's the IGPA.
So it takes like maybe an hour or a few hours to get back. If not, you might want to do it again, but it takes like an hour or so for them to send it back to you.
Okay.
So to your question about research interest, and your question about like reading papers from lecturers and not understanding, like some parts of the methodology, that is acceptable, right? Because most of the methodology is, most of those methodologies, right, are peculiar to that lab. That is why they have that funding, right? Because they are doing something unique. So one of the things that when you read a paper, how do you read the paper? You read the abstract first, right? And then maybe you read the discussion and the result. The discussion and then methodology. So I would say that for those that you don't understand, you might want to see if they have done previous work, because some papers they are reading are the continuation of the work they have done previously. So it's always advisable to like read the first paper that they did in that line of work. So that gives you a background understanding, right? And even if you don't understand the methodology, do you understand the, so when you're reading the paper, think of what are they doing, why are they doing it, and how do they do it? So if you understand what they are doing, like they always tell you, right? They tell you the knowledge gap. This is why we're doing this thing. This is the gap we're trying to fill.
then they will now tell you how they are doing it, which is the methodology you're talking about. So if you can understand the why and the what, but you don't know the how, that is not a problem. You can send an email to that lecturer. Professors love to talk. They love to discuss their work. It interests them a lot. They are proud of it, right? So you can send that person an email actually and tell the person, oh, I'm in mechanical engineering. I read your paper on blah, 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 and I find it quite interesting, right? And but I still don't understand a bit about the methodology. You have to learn that it's okay not to understand. Like sincerely, it's okay not to understand. Because that is why that's why you're coming for a program. That's why you're coming to learn. You can't have it all. And if you don't understand, they are open to explaining to you. You could ask for, and I could send you a breakdown of how to send emails, right, to them. You could ask for a short Zoom call. They always have 30 minutes in their day to give. For a 30-minute Zoom call, and they explain to you that paper. They take their time to break it down to you. Because it's still part of the peer review process post-publication. So that's not a problem.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Have I answered all the questions? Is there anyone left for you?
Yeah, you've answered.
Okay, so I'll hand it back to Shegun. Hi, Shegun.
Okay, Dan, thank you very much. I see a lot of questions coming for you. Yeah, and it's expected. Let me just comment on the last question. Lecturers' research interests can sometimes differ from their research projects. So you might have read a lecturer's profile focusing on just one particular thing. Meanwhile, at the moment, he's not even working on it. He's doing something else, which may be similar to what exactly you are doing. So that's why the issue of asking questions, sending code email is very important, which we are going to delve into, but that may not be today because time had already gone. And we don't want to rush any stage, any of these processes, because once you don't get one right, then it affects the whole process entirely. So without wasting much time, I go straight to the writing sample. As part of your application packet, you need a writing sample. Once you have done undergraduate in Nigeria, you should be able to have a writing sample. I believe you are hearing me. Can you see my screen as well?
Yes.
Oh, good. Thank you.
I hear you.
Thank you. So once you have done
Yes.
undergraduate, it's okay. Thank you. Once you have done undergraduate in Nigeria or in any part of the world, then you should have a writing sample. What do you need to do in your writing sample? It's more or less like a mini paper. And that's why for those who were not the one who wrote their projects, maybe they gave their project to somebody, and you want to apply for graduate school in the US, I advise you to go back and read your project, read about research, because you do research almost every week. Even when you have not finished one, you are on another research. So you need to just make sure that you have interest in research. So in the mini paper, which should be around, depending on the normal journal that you want to send it to, it should be between 15 to 20 pages sometimes. So your projects you have done for your undergraduates, you can sit down with it, because in that project, every research question you have can form a paper if you sit down. That means in your undergraduate projects, if you have 5 research papers, then that paper can potentially give you 5 different papers. It can give you 5 different papers where each of the research questions can give you a paper. Now, what do you now need to do? When you pick a research question from your undergraduates, you just go back to your review. What have been the previous studies? That's going to form as your meaning. You are writing your abstract. So you just want to write what have been the previous studies, what have they done, just in one sentence. and then what have been the research gap which they were not able to achieve. And then that research gap is going to formulate your own research aim. And then, oh, this research wants to do this, this, and this. And then from there, you go into methods. How do you want to gather your research, your data? How do you want to gather it? Then you go into your results and your findings. And then you go into a conclusion. This is a summary of usual abstracts, though the formats can vary from journal to journal. And you may not target international journal because of the time. You can just look for local journal. Some of them, sometimes you will just have to pay a token of 15,000. And then they do normal peer review for your work. And then it gets published. And then you can be able to add it in your CV. Now, in your introduction, you just provide a background. And then you mention the research gap, research problem. You mention research aim. And then what is your research question? Or if you have more than one research question, what are your research questions? If you are going to have hypotheses, especially if you are in education, you want to have hypotheses. For those who are in linguistics, sometimes you don't need to have hypotheses. Then review, which normally is your chapter 2 in your school, where it may vary. But in the paper now, it's just... Can someone help me to mute that? Okay, thank you. Please mute yourself so that we don't get distorted. So usually your literature review is in chapter 2 of your entire undergraduate project. But all what you just want to do now is to bring out just literature that pertain to the objective you are pursuing, your research question you are pursuing, and then put those reviews together and then summarize the review and then link those reviews to the entire of your work. And then when you link it, so you can now be able to give us just one sentence on the contribution that your paper is making to the entire body of knowledge, which should be the summary of your review. So that one is going to inform your methods. In your methods, you want to mention how did you or will you collect your data? Then what data will you collect? Which one are you gathering? If you are in linguistics, for example, maybe you are working on speech sounds. So you want to collect people's audio. You want to record them maybe in a lab, or you just want to go to them and record them. Then what statistical method are you using? Are you using R, tool rather? Are you using R? Are you using Python? Are you using SPSS? Or are you using Pratt or Anticonc, depending? And then what statistical method are you using? Is it going to be just descriptive, or you want to use inferential? If it's inferential, what aspect of inferential are you going to use? Logistic modeling? Do you want to just use maybe ANOVA or chi-square and so on? Then framework, that's more or less like you are using theory. So what theoretical standpoints are you using, right? To just maybe to explain your results. So all these are supposed to be in the methods of the mini paper. Then the next is going to be your analysis. So let's say, for example, now in your undergraduate research, you have already picked one research question or research aim. And then that is what you are pursuing in this question. Let me use an example for it. Let's say you have a compound and Fraser stress pattern, right? Of maybe educated Nigerian English. You already have compound and you have Fraser. So it means compound is already a paper on its own. Fraser is already a paper on its own. So you can then break the topic like compound stress among educated Nigerian English speakers, right? And then you can now begin to have some other sub-questions. So let's say that is what you are pursuing. Then in your analysis, you just describe, oh, for research question 1, this was the analysis, and then this was discussion, research question 2, analysis, discussion, depending on the journal. Some journal will want you to put all the analysis together before you have your discussion. So it is just for you to go back to your research, your undergraduate research, and then bring the analysis that has to do with the question that you are solving for this writing sample. And then you have your discussion So even your conclusion is still going to be in that research you have done. It's just to bring it out and then copy it on this new one. Meanwhile, you may need to add some things and then remove some things so that it can be concise. Then you have a reference list. You want to mention the names of those people, the title of their work, the journals where they were published, and so on. And then before you send it to journal, and then this one also will help you when you're writing your, maybe you're writing your statement of purpose or anything. Make sure that whatever you are going to send is genuine, it's written by you, and then there should be minimal error. So you can use any of these paraphrasing tool, and they also serve as maybe detecting error, so that you don't want to say, oh, Dan, help me to review this thing, and then right from the first line, there are lots of grammatical errors in spelling and so on. But you want to show your own commitment. You sit down first and then use any of these tools to paraphrase, to check what you have written, to check the grammar, and then before you send it to any journal for publication. Okay? And then you can format your transcript, your manuscript, depending on the journal you want to send it to. Some journal will say, let your introduction be 1.0, let your review should be 2.0. Some will say, don't put number at all, just write introduction, review, methods, and so on. So format your manuscript and then send your manuscript to somebody that you know who is in your field. Let the person go through it and then give you some feedback before you now submit the paper to any journal. Technically in Nigeria, within 3 months, you can get the paper published. And once it is accepted, even when it is not published, you can put it in your CV that this paper have been accepted. And then some of those, sometimes some of those schools will say, send the acceptance letter. So once you send that one, then it shows that you already almost published the paper and you're ready to publish it. I wish you good luck. God bless you. Yeah, let me know if there will be 1 or 2 questions about what I've said so far. Wow, I see answer already. Can we quickly go with Infinix
X669?
Thank you.
Oh, this is last question. So I feel
Good day.
Good day to you.
Yes. I'm an undergraduate student. I'm an undergraduate student in high school, and I'm looking forward to study a bachelor's degree, law. So most times when I do researches and I check for schools that offer fully funded scholarship, the type of scholarship I want, I only offer to those who do masters, PhD, and the rest. I don't see the type of scholarship grants that I want for undergraduates most of the times. So I want to know if in the US there are actually fully funded scholarship that cover travel costs, monthly stipends, tuition fee, healthcare, and the rest of it.
Okay, I will not dwell much on that, but what I will say is undergraduate is different from high school. You are in secondary school in Nigeria, and then you want to go for undergraduates. Now, the admission is actually, I would say, very, very tight. You don't have much funding, but there are funding. But before you can be highly competitive, you must have several exams. Dan has mentioned some of those things. You need to sit for SAT. You must have good results for SAT. You must write language proficiency because you cannot prove that you can speak English at that stage. So, and then you look at different schools. What program are you applying for? If you're applying for programs that they have shortage of workers, there are some schools that will tell you that, oh, if we give you the program for free, then you are going to work with them for 3 years, for 4 years, before you can be released to go to anywhere. That one is there. Now, fully funded program in the US is different from Erasmus, some of other ones, maybe in UK and so on. In the US, it's TechnoSpark 2. I will wish you mute yourself. Thank you for that. Now, the fully funded program in the US not oftentimes gives you maybe travel costs, or what they just want to do is that do all the process in Nigeria, and then come down. So once you enter the country, then they can give you living expenses, your program is paid for, then you have stipend that can cover your tuition fee, your personal payment, whatever you want to use money to do. So that is that. They may not pay for your traveling, but once you are in the US and you are going for a conference, yes, they can pay for that one. So that one is that. But I think Dan has addition to that.
I want to add, because I heard him ask that about an undergraduate degree in law. Please let me say this: in the US, law and medicine, you cannot study it at an undergraduate level. Nobody. So you have to study another degree first, because law and medicine are schools, right? Law school, medical school, separate from university. So unlike Nigeria, where as a 16-year-old or 17-year-old, you go in and study law or medicine, they don't do it here in the US. So in the US, you are going to study, if you wanted to study law, for example, you have to first come in for another course, like psychology, sociology, political science, history, and all those courses in the humanities, right? If it's medicine, you have to study biology, molecular biology, or something at undergraduate level. Then when you are done with that 4-year degree, you then apply to the law school to study law. So you don't go in directly in the US to study law or medicine. I just wanted to add that. I'm Shegun, sorry.
Okay, sir. You mentioned something about writing SAT examination. Do you know when the next SAT examination will be coming up?
You have to go on college. You have to go on College Board to check that. So there's a website for that called College Board.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
Please check online. You know, we hope to just provide as much information as possible. We are not agents, so when we give you something and you have questions on it, you can even go and check online, and then if you are not able to get, you can then ask us. Udom, Hope, if you are still there, can you ask your question?
Jackson, this is Jackson.
Okay.
I want to help me to evaluate my transcript.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello, Udom.
Yes, I'm speaking. Good evening, all.
Good.
Okay, I studied computer science for my undergraduate, and I intend going for masters in AI. So I don't know if this scholarship in US covers that.
Okay, thank you. You will be told in a short while. We are at the moment discussing writing sample. You will still get to that stage. Jason, can you go ahead? Okay, Godwin, Bayeti, if Jason is not.
And Jason is online, sorry.
Okay, Jason, go ahead, please.
Sorry, on publication, sir. I had some locally published paper, not international. Do I reference them as a research writing, or how do I put them on my CV and then also make allusion to them on my SOP? That is number one. Number two, sir, prior to this program today, I've been researching on some schools in the US, and I understand that sometimes I need to send cold emails to these professors. But I want to know, is it compulsory if they don't, if the condition to apply for that course is not mandatory to write these professors? Is it compulsory I do that? Then number three, sir, I had an issue on my name. So the issue is I got access to my birth certificate very late. I had gone to university, I think, before that time. So I done change of name and publication also in the newspaper. So then I want to apply with my name as it is on the certificate. So I wouldn't know the implications, sir. So those are the three questions, sir.
Wow. Let me go with the first one. reference your local journals. You are the one calling it local. Journal is journal, as much as it is peerly reviewed. So reference them. And then when, for example, part of what you are published, and then it has already given you an insight into what you want to study in your PhD program, then reference it in your SOP. It shows that you already have some background. Very important. Now, sending code email is good, for example, but let me tell you that I had a friend who sent code email to a school, and he got negative responses that they were like, they didn't need him, this and that. But you know that even he still went ahead and applied, and he got accepted. And he told me his experience in other schools, that he sent code email to some other lecturers in other schools. They had interview with him, and then he got accepted. They promised him that there was a slot for him, but eventually he was not accepted into that program. That means even the one that they turned out to be negative when he was sending code email, eventually offered him admission. Let it be that you are spreading, just cast your bread upon many waters. I sent code email, it worked out. I knew quite a number of schools I sent. Some of them replied me. I knew of a school that replied me, please, we will have loved to accept you into this program because of your field, this and that. But the lecturer that will have supervised you as your advisor, the person died 2 years ago, and they are still looking for professors that to fill the gap. So if I had not sent that code email, I wouldn't have gotten such information, and I would have gone ahead to still apply, maybe to even have paid for application fee, and that would have been a waste. So that's why it's very important. And then as regard to the guide, we'll provide, but not today. Maybe we'll just drop it on the chat box. And then concerning your names, if you are changing your names, let it be that in your international passport is reflecting. And then almost all your documents, let it be that is reflecting. I don't really know which one are you changing, if it is just a letter and so on, because naming can be so complicated. Because this name you are changing, someone else can be bearing that same name. So
I'm changing a letter, and then I'm adding the one that was omitted. So
what
there are
is
three
your
names.
name and what are you adding?
Okay, like my name is Kupolati, but there was I added, so I had to remove that I and then also add my first name. It's only the last name and the middle name that was that is reflecting on my certificate. And I removed the first letter that's supposed not to be in the last name, and then I include the first name that's supposed to be there. So making it a complete set of my name.
What document does it affect? Does it affect your undergraduates?
It affects both my undergraduate and my graduates, but it's not, my international passport is carrying the normal name.
Yeah,
My full normal.
Well, let's discuss this one. It will not be now because you may need to get some agencies in Nigeria. It's not just going to publish on newspaper. It's beyond that. It has to affect even your NIN and some other things. So let's not go into that now. You can send message to
NIN is carrying the.
Is carrying the name.
Is I have rectified it on NIN and other documents. It's just only my certificate that is affected.
Yeah, because why we are saying that is because I don't know, maybe we'll see have some other questions. I will see discuss with Dan, and maybe we can meet later, not now. Because name, they always want consistency in all the names. But at any time they can ask for a certificate. So let's meet later and not now, so that we don't spend much time. We're not wasting time on it, but we don't want to spend much time on that. But since you're on the group, just chat myself or Dan up on the issue. Sorry, I hope you are okay with that.
Sir?
All right.
Yes, thank you so much.
Godwin Bayeti, can you go?
Yes, please. Thank you very much once again for the opportunity given. Then I want to find out if you want to apply for scholarship to Penn University, as was found in the page, when are you supposed to do that? When is the deadline? And then the second question, I also want to say, that one is not a question, but a request, that those schools that there is scholarship opportunity, especially the fully funded one, I will plead that if management or leadership won't get opportunity to know those schools, you put them into the platform so that you also know. Then the third one has to do with, I mean, if you don't have, you are a student, you don't have anything at all, can you still apply for the scholarship if you have all the necessary document and qualification? Thank you very much.
No, I didn't get the last question.
I'm saying that if you want to further your education, you want to apply for the scholarship, but you don't have anything, you don't have any financial this thing at all, but then you have met all the necessary requirements, and then you wish to apply, can you still go forward without having anything in terms of monetary wise?
Okay, I will just attend to the last one. The other one you asked will be attended to when Dan is going to anchor on factors to consider when choosing schools. Now, you don't need to have money. Many schools, even in the Pennsylvania that were listed, many of them will not accept application fee. Some, even when they request application fee, you can just send a code email to the grad school, and then it can be waived. So you don't need to have money before you go into that. That's why you are doing it yourself. You are not committing it into any agent. So you do it yourself and then you see it. Yeah, that is that. Golden Grace, can you go now? I would prefer if your question is going to be on writing sample.
Sorry, I don't know, I might be taking you back, but just one question. I really needed to know it. I want to ask, for somebody that has BSc in accounting already, BSc in accounting, HND in accounting, can the person go for medicine in the US?
Now, you can and you cannot. One thing is for you to get admission and funding. The other thing is for you to meet with BO and convince BO that you are qualified for the program. Because you are changing program, I feel you may have some challenges with it. Why don't you go ahead with the PhD of the program that you want to do, but that you want to go from accounting to medicine, except if you are going to the accounting unit of medicine, maybe they have anything that has to do with accounting, and then that's what, but I'm not sure there is. So changing that department is wide, and I knew of people, or I heard of people who, though they have fully funded program, but because there was no consistency in the academic track record, the VO rejected them, and there's nothing you can do. And some of those funding that you get, they will tell you that it cannot be extended. Once you miss the academic year, they withdraw the scholarship. So that is that.
Okay.
I don't know if Dan wants to add to it, or it's okay like that.
So yeah, what you said is it's quite correct. In the sense that it won't be a problem, like Shegun said, it won't be a problem getting an admission, right? But also, like I said about medicine, for example, you have to have studied a program that is related for medicine, because you don't go straight into a medical school in the US, right? You go into you have studied biology, molecular biology, chemistry, something in the STEM field.
But if those ones were gotten in the WAEC, in secondary school and in the senior YA.
So that's why I'm saying that it is Nigeria, right? You go straight into medicine, you get your admission, jam, whatever, you go into medicine. But for here, you have to have done something in STEM, not at high school or secondary school, but at the undergraduate level, right?
Okay.
Because medicine is like kind of like a graduate school of some sort, medicine and law. If you were trying to go in for law, that is smooth. You are going in straight. If you wanted to go into law, to study law in the US, accounting helps because you have tax law, you have financial law, so it works, right? But medicine, I would say no. And even if you were able to get it, there's not that problem that Shegun talked about with the visa officer, right? Because it's too far extremes, right? So they would, you seriously don't want them quizzing you, not sincerely. You seriously don't want them quizzing you. I'm telling you, you don't want them to quiz you. So I would say if you were, except it's just like it'd be a long road, because if you go and study for a bachelor's in sciences, it's another long road again. Yeah, so I would say law is a good option, or you pursue a field in finance or business, something business admin or something, right? But medicine it's quite far, because I believe you say you have done a bachelor's and a master's, right, in accounting.
Yeah, but this case is not about passion. Nigeria, most times we go into things that because of just the opportunity we have. But when your passion keeps taking you back to a particular track, at times you won't mind, paying in and giving any sacrifice that you require.
Okay, let me say something on that. It's true of what you have said. Where do you work at the moment?
I worked in the bank, but I resigned and presently on my own.
Yeah, there's no similarity. If, for example, now you are working as an auxiliary nurse, right, in any maybe in any health sector in Nigeria, you can just go and take some Coursera, some diploma program online, and then use that one, so that when the BO is going to say, why are you changing your course? Oh, I've left this that I'm working, so this is where I'm working, and then I've done some programs online. So because this is my passion and so on. But you are not even in that firm, you are on your own, you are not practicing medicine or anything that has to do with health industry. I sense a strong danger ahead. And you don't want a situation where you have gotten admitted, you have gotten funding, and just for you to convince the DO, it's going to be, and once you are rejected for the first time, it's going to be a big problem for the second time. So you don't want to do something like that. So law may be a better option for you. Sorry, we are going to go to someone else. Perpetua.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello. Good evening.
Good.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, I can hear you. Good evening.
All right. Please, for someone that studied political science and came out with 2-2 and wants to go for social work in the US with a fully funded scholarship.
Yeah. Okay. Ask that same question when we get to courses. Sorry. Sorry. Ask that same question when we get to courses. Harry, Peter.
Yes, thank you so much. In fact, I was already itching to ask a few questions. Number one is that for medicine, I studied medicine, and for medicine, we don't actually have grade points. Now, how do I, is there any West, yes, I'm going to still ask about sample writing anyway. Is there West, is it what they call it now, West calculations for courses that don't have grade points? Like, can there be West evaluation? Yes, that's the word, West evaluation for MBBS courses, number one. Number two, I would like to, I've actually applied last year, or is it this year, for a program in research in the US, but I was denied I think one of the I think one of the requirement was sample writing. And I was just, jolting, what exactly do they want? Ask a few questions. I have a friend that's in the US and I try asking. I've asked this question I'm about asking to Daniel Okwese in his private chat, but I think maybe he didn't say that. But now, my course or my project as an undergraduate had nothing to do with research, obviously. It was about, I think, burnout for health workers and all that. So, and I'm going for research. They're going to definitely ask about sample writing. Now, am I going to be writing that? There's no connectivity. Very recently, am I in research field? Not exactly, but I'm actually collaborating, if I should say, with some people doing research work, like their field researchers and all that. So how do I navigate through this? Number one, is it that I have to, develop maybe an interest that I'm writing a topic and then publishing that will give me access into research? Yes, it's medical field, but of course, I still have to find a clear path. Or would I use the fact that I've worked with these people, as research officers or field researchers, as a navigation to applying for research, this thing? And then lastly, I said this before and I'm going to say it again, please, the courses or the programs in Pittsburgh, so that I could probably go and search out for possible research programs in those universities, in the area. So that's just my few, I wish I can be clarified on these.
Okay, so let me answer some of them. So if I get it right, you have an MBS degree, right?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, and you said your research part of your work was on burnout among health workers, right?
Yeah, that's part of my undergraduate requirement. That's where my project was on, and it didn't really have to do on research and kind of stuff.
Okay. So now that is still research, right? Because that's an important part of research. So now if you are applying to the US, are you applying to a PhD program? Are you applying to a master's program? Are you applying to an MPH program? Because that will also play a role, right? Because so go ahead.
Okay, fine. I think that if that friend actually recommended, that was his recommendation, that I can actually go for PhD program. And like you said, I think yourself or the other co-host said that some of the PhD programs can have this allowance. And I read about the program requirement for about 2 years or so. You're going to be running what looks like a master's program. Now, I don't know if it's going to be kind of master's program is an incorporation. I think the first year is like a master program you're running. Then I can as well probably go for a PhD program. So I want to, what they call it now, attempts at seeing possibility with research line. So how am I going to navigate through this? I think that's just the summary of my question. Being that I have a project that had nothing to do research, it was just about burnout. But here I'm going into so.
I think you're actually underestimating the project you did, right? Because research is not that I went to the lab to mix polybrine and T cells, right? Research is simply that you're adding knowledge to a knowledge base, right? Simply that you're changing how people see things. So you firstly have to view what you did as research. People in humanities, people in humanities are not going to the lab to collect anything. They are doing more anthropological, human relations, and that is research. You cannot tell them that that's not research, right? Because they are providing knowledge on certain things. So now, about doing a master's, right? So most people who have MBBS, you could do a master's program, or you do a PhD program, or you do an MPH program. Now, you saying that the first year or the first 2 years is like a master's, I would say that is partially correct and partially incorrect, because you do what you call when you come in for the first year, there's something we call, after your first 2 years, you write what you call a comp, right? It's an exam you write. Your first 2 years, you're a PhD student. When you pass your comps, you become what you call a PhD candidate.
Now you can now put your chest forward and say you're a PhD candidate. Now, what happens is that people who leave with masters when initially coming for a PhD, there are two ways that happens. Either they fail out, right? They did not pass their comps. So they just say, okay, let them give them a master's and they leave. Or they decide that they don't want to continue with the PhD and they ask that after that 2 years, they'll be giving a master's. So it's not that initially, the first 2 years, you finish it and they give you a master's degree. No, you come in for a PhD straight for a PhD, right? Is if one of the two happens. I'm speaking for the College of Medicine now. I cannot speak for other schools of university. But so I'm just telling you what happens. So if you want to do a master's, because you're in the medical field, I might say do something in MPH, do something in public health, which would also still fit perfectly if you wanted to do a master's, right? Because your work is also public health related. So like the research part that you did is public health related, which fits perfectly. Now, if you wanted to come in straight for a PhD, it's also perfect because you have like the medical training, and because medicine allows you to like touch the different fields of sciences. So biology, immunology, virology, infectious disease, anatomy, across those different fields, and a bit of maybe bioinformatics or something, whatever. Yeah, it's put you in a good place to apply. So you firstly have to be sure what you want. Do you want to continue in the field of medicine as a physician? If yes, then you want to go and do an MPH, right? Then from there, apply for a residency using all those, doing your USLME step 1, step 2, whatever it's called, right? That is one part. Now, do you want to go into research fully, right? If you want to go into research fully, I think Kayode wants to say something. So,
yeah, in terms of that whole master's and PhD, it's actually possible for you while doing your PhD to apply for a master's. I actually did that. All it takes is that you have to figure out what your school's requirements are, speak to your graduate student coordinator, but you can pick up a master's and a PhD from the same school in the same program. Your advisor might actually like that because it makes it look like he graduated two separate people, one with a master's and one with a PhD, whereas it's still just the same person. But once more, each school has a different approach and procedure. Confirm with them, but you have to be in the PhD program and then you just kind of apply for a master's during that PhD.
Okay, thank you very much, Kylie. So Kylie has pointed that out. So I would then go back again to what I said about the PhD, right? So if you don't want to do a PhD, you can apply to a PhD program and you pursue research. Now, if, for example, you had studied medicine in the US, there is the part of it where we call MD PhD, where you are a physician scientist, right? Some schools also have what you call MSTP programs, right? Medical scientist training program. So you're a doctor, but you're also doing like very heavy research. But there are people who are medical doctors who own a lab, right? Who run research, like very good research. Now, I know it's either you apply to the MSTP program, which is like, I think in some schools it's 6 years, some schools it might be a bit longer, some schools it might be less, maybe 4 years. But I think that if you did your MD in the US, but if you did your medicine in Africa, you might want to apply to the MSTP programs. So it's called MSTP or MTSP, one of the two. So which is like
MSTP or MTSP.
Yes, I think it's MSTP. You can check it out. So, but I think it's 6 years. I think it's a bit longer, 6 years in some schools. So that's for people who are doctors and also who like want to have the clinical part and also the research part together, right?
Okay.
Then there are those who maybe did medicine and just go straight and study for a PhD and come out with their research. So it's dependent. It's also like Sheikh said, you have to really know what you want, right? Especially in your own field of medicine, because in medicine we can do everything, right? In some ways, and either pursue research only or pursue your clinical only. So clinical is where you have to use the USLME and the others
the step one,
Yeah.
step to get a residency position and match into your preferred program or whatever. Then also, and that I was going to add is that both even for PhD, be it MSCP, be it residency, whatever you want to pursue, you also have to understand what part of medicine you want to continue in. That is important because if you apply to a PhD also, you would want to look for an area that interests you in that PhD. You just don't want to take any PhD in the School of Medicine or in biological sciences or biomedical sciences.
Actually, infectious diseases. Now, I'm sorry, this is kind of public. I wish I spoke with you in person or something, but permit me to use this avenue to just mention that where I stay, I actually did my MBBS in Africa, and where I'm staying, this side of the country, we actually have these infectious diseases, particularly Lassa fever, and it's been a public health concern. I somehow, try to put one or two together because I've worked with few persons that actually did projects on Lassa fever. Currently, there's a Sentinel study where, it's still about infectious pathogens and all that. So something in the infectious disease line, it's of somewhat of an interest, as it were. And so that's why I just needed few clarification. Actually, I applied, like I said, on infectious disease, but I was told the program was quite competitive, so I didn't stand a chance and all that. But I would have loved to reapply again, particularly in Pittsburgh, where it's a safe, and then we have several people where. Okay, we have this platform rather that we're getting very good information about this program. So I would have loved to still try in Pennsylvania about applying for this particular program. That's why I needed this very good clarifications and about this.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I would answer more on that. So let me pass it back to Shegun.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please, if you are going to ask questions on courses, you can suspend the question. There is a section on that so that we can move as fast as possible. Glory Kenneth, can I have your question? Glory. Okay.
Actually,
your volume is low. Can you speak louder, please?
Okay. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Actually, I want to ask a question in respect to this full tuition. Most of the schools, I'm applying for an undergraduate course, and I've applied to many schools. So some of it like Azusa Pacific University, they for the fall section or so, I learned that because I emailed one of the academic counselor, says they'll be offering full tuition during the fall semester. So I want to know, what does this full tuition entails? And also, I'm also looking at applying to as a transfer student because I have a college result certificate from health technology as a medical laboratory technician. I don't know what that transfer application entails also. So I need more clarification on that. I think those are the two questions. Thank you.
Yeah, concerning what you have asked, ask that question during the courses. I don't want us to go back and forth into courses. And it appears there are no more questions on writing samples. So we may have to go into the next stage now. So, we have to hand over to Dan. So Dan, should we go by what I'm thinking of, or we should still have it centrally?
I think we can have it centrally and just devote 10, 15 minutes and just talk briefly. Yeah. So I will speak to the STEM part of it. And then Shegun will round up with the humanities. Okay, so I will just share my screen. I also quickly touch on funding opportunities, like how funding comes, right? Especially for graduate school. and a bit about undergraduates. Share my screen. Hi everyone. So I believe you can see my screen. So I'm using STEM courses because it's a field that I can speak better to. So I just use this briefly. So for example, if you study microbiology or biotechnology, be it at the University of Technology or the university basically, or even a polytechnic, maybe science, technology, or the same a similar type programs you can apply to in the US. There are a lot of programs you can actually apply to. So when you go into university websites, check out the biomedical sciences, biological sciences, cell and molecular biology, biochemistry, immunology, even microbiology also, biotechnology, and others. Now, the difference between biomedical sciences and biological sciences is simply that biological sciences is more of basic biology. Basic biology in the sense that your normal biological research, right? So this might include, they might be doing ecology, plant ecology, microbial ecology. They might be doing, they will have microbial ecology, they will have like maybe infectious diseases there, they will have maybe like pathway research and others. But the difference from biological science to biomedical science most times is in the School of Medicine, and it's more human driven, right? So human driven in the sense that infectious diseases, most of the research is related to humans, right? But biological sciences is broadly every living thing. So you might see, if you studied agric, if you studied maybe forestry or something, you might see something for you in biological sciences around maybe the ecology or the biodiversity part of the course, right? If you studied botany also, botany, plant biology, you have plant biology, plant physiology. You also have courses, you can also apply to biological sciences also, because they have ecology. I think they have a bit of habitat research and all that. That would also be perfect. If you study chemistry, I want to point out that chemistry is a big thing in the US. It's very competitive, and it's a big thing in the US. So you could apply to chemistry or chemistry education. The same goes with physics. You can apply that to a physics program, nuclear physics, whatever physics you're interested in, you would find it. And then, or you apply to the educational part of it. So you become a physics educator or a chemistry educator. Then also geology, if you study geology or environmental science, so you can apply directly to the geology program. And within the geology program, they might have like units, right? Different units, maybe geochemistry, geoscience. You can also apply to that. You are open to applying to that. So I'd like to point out that microbiology, zoology, biology, botany, they intersect at many places. So you can apply across the same courses. Biomedical sciences might just be the one that people in botany or plant biology might not be able to apply to, right? Because it's more human related than plants and the environment. Yeah. And so before I hand over back to Shegun, and then he also speaks, then take questions. So funding opportunities available for grad school firstly are GSA, which is your graduate student assistant. So now graduate student assistant, this happens when you apply, for example, to a graduate program in the medical school. And for the first year, or even in the School of Science, the first year, you do what you call rotation. Rotations means that you go to like 3 labs, you choose 3 labs where you want to work and learn. So the idea is that you go through those labs, you learn, and after you learn, you then decide, okay, is the lab of Shegun that I want to stay and pursue my PhD. Now, for that first 1 year, the graduate school will be the one paying you your stipend, whatever the stipend is, and also paying your tuition. So for that first 1 year, you are called a graduate student assistant, a GSA. Now, in some schools where you don't have to like rotate, right, where you go straight into a lecturer's lab, you can either have a TSA, which is a teaching assistantship, or a research assistantship. Now, usually, teaching assistantship means that you are going to take certain classes for your lecturer. You are going to teach certain classes. So you'll be teaching undergraduates, for example, either if you're in humanities or in medicine or in science, you'll be teaching. Or a research assistantship where you'll be tasked with carrying out research in the lab. So whatever research your lecturer is doing, they'll give you a role. Oh, do this research. You are going to be doing this research, or maybe you'll be analyzing the data for that research. You'll also be involved in writing whatever papers or whatever reports that they have to write. And they pay you for that. They pay your stipend, and then they pay you your tuition also, right? Then also there's something we call program funding or aids, right? There are some schools where when you check the program, there are also scholarships that are available for you to apply to. So they might call it school president scholarship, or please kindly mute yourself, please, or dean scholarship, or whatever it's called. So these are some of the things you also have to look out for when you are opening a page of a university's program that you're interested in. So look out for what funding opportunities are available. It has to be clearly stated. Usually universities will state the amount. Okay, for graduate student assistantship or teaching assistants or research assistants, we pay $25,000 annually. We pay $28,000 annually. We pay $30,000, whatever the amount is. Where you see it not clearly stated, I would advise that you send an email to the administrator of that program. You always see their names there. And if they don't respond, kindly don't apply to such a school. Because the funding has to be clear. The funding has to be very clear before you apply. Because just like Shegun said, there are still some schools in the US that do not provide funding, even for PhD, or the funding is very low, maybe 30%, 40%, or very low. So you don't want to get into that. So ensure that you check that out, and you check out what the funding language is. It has to be clear. You have to see the amount. Okay, is it 9 months or is it 12 months? Some funding will also say that, oh, they'll fund you for 9 months. So 9 months means that for fall semester, for spring semester, you'll be funded. But for summer, you might not be funded. So you might have to take an internship somewhere. And now this happens because you are likely not taking any courses in summer in that your program. My program, I take courses in summer, so I'm funded for 12 months. But in some programs, you are not funded for 12 months. So I might tell you 9 months. That's because you don't have to attend any classes in summer, right? So they expect you to go and find, so you can actually go and get some job on campus where you be paid. So you have to also find that out. But if it's a 12-month funding, that means every semester, all through the whole year, your stipends are coming in. So that's something you also see on the page of the program where you're applying. And if you don't see it there, please send an email. Ask questions, right? They will answer your question. The graduate administrator or to the program administrator. Finances is something that you have to be clear before you apply. Thank you. So I'll hand it over back to Shegun.
Okay, thank you very much, Dan, for that insight. For what I want to present, the funding is going to be similar. So I will not go into funding so that I can keep it as brief as possible. Okay. Now for humanities, we have philosophy, we have religious studies, you can have history, and your history could be from maybe world history, African history, art history, and so on. And for those who are in literature, as you can see on the screen, so you can do world history, even in literature, gender issue. But gender issue is one of the most lucrative fields now in the US. So you can also work on African American literature, the arts, maybe the sculpture and so on, or the comparative literature. So we also still have anthropology, you have linguistics, maybe you want to focus on morphology, on phonetics, on syntax, on social linguistics, and so on. Then we still have communication, media studies, and we have sociology. Now, let me just use this one as a template. let's say, for example, you have B.Ed English or BA English, where of course in some schools in Nigeria, I see maybe BSc English, or you have BA.Ed English. So these are likely courses you can apply for. And these courses can be found either in linguistics or in education. So regardless of where it is found, as long as there is funding, can go ahead. For English composition and English or literature, oftentimes from my discoveries, they don't have funding. That's what I've discovered so far. Because the US government often like to pump money into something that is science-oriented. So if you see a course like English linguistics, that may have more funding than just mere or just English by title. Then you have linguistics. So for linguistics, so you can focus on either African linguistics or just any language and science. Science in the sense that you are going to be looking at maybe the biology, you are going to be looking at the speech sounds, you are going to be looking at the sound wave, and so on. So you can also apply for special education, and you can specifically focus on autism. So it means that not every course in special education you can do, but you can apply for autism because autism has to do with spectrum, speech sounds of maybe disordered children or disordered adults and so on. So you can also apply for special early child education as long as there's going to be language, because for every early child education course, you are going to have a particular like primary course that you're going to choose. So you may have something on English or any of these courses I've mentioned. Then another thing is you can still apply for second language acquisition, SLA. There, in fact, many schools have funding, especially you want to teach English to foreigners, those who have English as third language, like as a foreign language. So you can apply for TESOL, and then in some schools you have TESOL and linguistics. Okay, and then you can also still apply for cognitive science. So in cognitive science, you can have courses like communication science. So you can apply for it. You can apply for communication disorder, and then you can apply for psycholinguistics or neurolinguistics. It means if you have B.Ed English or BA English or BA.Ed English, you can apply for any of these courses that I've identified. But if you are to apply for linguistics, what do you need? At least you have the knowledge of the following skills. On my left, you will see Pratt or SFS, you will see AntCong, you will see ELAN. At least have, no matter how level of proficiency, in one of these three skills. It's going to give you added advantage. Then on the right, you will see SPSS or R, you will see Python and the research skills. At least have two of these on the right hand. The two, I mean, have research skills, and then have SPSS or Python or R. Those things will make your competition, your application very strong. In fact, my department at the moment is looking for those who have knowledge of coding, computer science, and Python, and so on. So that means if you apply and you have such background, then you are going to be of added advantage in getting selected. So that's why we say it's not enough that you are selected for admission. Funding is a key, and these skills are what actually sometimes determine when you either get funded or not. So like in funding opportunity in my department, if there is no funding, they don't give students admission. So once they give you admission, it means you are funded. I remember when they were asking me, if you give you funding, will you come? I said, if you give me fully funding opportunity, I will come, because I had other options, but they gave me what I wanted, and I fought for them because I already promised I will join them. So thank you very much. If you have questions, we can take all the questions together now, but we are just going to be very brief. Questions that are not related to courses will not be attended to at this time. Yes, Golden Grace. Golden Grace, your hand is raised up, or I.
Sir?
Okay.
Yes, sir. I asked the question the other time. Well done so much, sir. I studied agric economics, and presently I'm into education. I've done PGD. I'm teaching agricultural science, and I've done masters in agricultural economics, and I'm also into my PhD in agric economics. But the program is not. I'm not really fully into it because I'm having some challenges. So my question now is, if I want to apply now, you have said it before that I should apply directly as a PhD, so I'll forget about the ones I'm doing now presently. So my question is, now you said you won't answer question about other things that are not courses. I have interest in agricultural and technology, applying technology to agricultural production. I want to go into technology because, in the course of my teaching, I've gone into Microsoft, certification. I had Microsoft certified educator. I have Microsoft Office. I have Microsoft PowerPoint and all those skills. So, but the PhD, I would really love to do something about, technology, as I wanted to do computer science in my undergraduate, but I don't have the opportunity, but I still love and I have passion for technology, IT. So I want you to advise me on which course can I direct to. I'm into education now, and then, my passion and all the rest. Thank you very much.
Can I quickly say something? But then, okay, thank you. Now, because I think I have, no matter how rare understanding, but you have done agric economics. From what I've just documented here, you can apply for data science and analytics, or data science or data analytics. Because if you have done agric economics, it is assumed that you already have statistics background.
Yes,
so if you
sir.
have statistics background, if I'm speaking
Yes.
if I'm speaking your mind,
Yes,
then you
I
can
have
apply for
background.
data science or data analytics. That is one.
Okay.
Then you can also still apply for agric engineering, right? And then you can still apply for, because you say you don't want to do something else. But let me tell you something. When I was applying, I had English as my background, and then I wrote a SOP for communication science, special education, stressing autism, linguistics, educational linguistics. Meanwhile, the school that I applied for special education with stress on autism, I already applied to the school with English related courses, and they said there was no funding. But when I messaged the grad coordinator for special education who stresses on autism, he was like, yeah, if I apply, there is funding, this and that. I applied. And then they were going to give me funding, though eventually I changed my mind. So what I'm saying is that for you to get, it's not what you just determine. When you come over, you can take in your program, you can decide to go and take some courses outside your program. It is allowed. So it's not just, this is what I want to do. PhD in the US is very vast. I can decide to go to maybe those who are in medicine and say, oh, I want to take a course in one thing, as long as if I can cope. So I can say I'm going to the School of Public Health and Rehabilitation and go and take a speech disorder. If I can cope, and then they will just look at, oh, what are the courses have I done before that are related to what I want to do? Once they see that, oh, they have done something like that in the transcript, in the undergraduate, then they will allow me to do it. So it's not just you deciding, is that which program has funding. That's first thing. Then which one is closer to what is my passion? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Sorry, for lastly, I want to ask, do I need IELTS? Do I need IELTS?
To me, let me speak for my school, you don't need IELTS.
Thank you.
I know of some other schools that they will tell you that you don't need IELTS. Even if they ask IELTS, you can go to your school and request language proficiency.
I've done that.
in
I have language
studies.
proficiency.
Once you have that one, you shouldn't
Yes.
need IELTS. Yes.
Thank you
Another
very
thing I
much.
did during my time, sometimes you just look for a way to beat around the bush and so on. I went to Coursera and I took a course like a TESOL, like their foundation program on TESOL. Even when they told me to pay, I wrote a letter to them. They were like, no, I should.
TESOL, what do you call it?
TESOL, yeah. I shared the screen on it. So I wrote it, and then that also gave me some level of advantage that he had done some courses maybe on second language acquisition and so on. So that's another way of boycotting it. But to me, there are many schools that do not require TESOL, second language proficiency. Yeah, TESOL is what I was saying. Okay. Alice.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, sir. I think one of my questions has been answered already in the text message. The other question is on this issue of experience. Because I studied medical biochemistry at my BSc, and I have much interest in immunology or any lab-related course. I want to know whether there are funding for it. Then aside that, looking at the Nigerian factor currently, if you are not a medical lab scientist certified, they will not allow you to operate in a lab or work in a lab. And that has been much of a limitation to some of us, preventing us from accessing so many of the medical labs to even get experience. And some of these experiences are very important when writing SOPs, CVs, and the rest. Though I did some other training like 6 months in the IT and some other stuff like that in the lab. So I want to get more clarification on that, sir.
Okay. So let me answer this. So firstly, be it medical biochemistry, be it immunological biochemistry, whatever it is, even medical lab science, we're all seen as a single group. Be it microbiology, whatever it is, right? Because, for example, someone who has a medical lab science degree or license, that's not applicable to the US, except you write I think there's a crossover program there. So we're all seen as the same, right, as scientists. So that should not be a problem. So don't look at the Nigerian factor. Then also, where do you stay? Like, what state do you stay, Alex?
Currently, I'm staying in Ogun State, and though I go to Lagos once in a while for work currently.
Okay. So now when you talk about, I get that, right? That is truly like one of the big issues in terms of like prerequisites, research experience, right? Not just what you did as your own master research. Now, if you don't have the opportunity to have had research experience outside your own research, one way you can go about it is either you speak more to your bachelor's or master's research, or the second part to it is that, so I don't know if in Ogun State, I don't know very well in Ogun State, but in Lagos, in Yaba, there's a research institute called NIMA, the Nigerian Institute of Medical Research, right? They allow people to come and intern for 6 months.
Sorry, sir, I didn't get that, sir.
I said in Lagos, there's a place at Yaba called the Nigerian Institute of Medical Research. Did you get that? NIMA. I'll put it in the chat, don't worry.
Yeah, I got it, sir.
And so you can write to them to actually intern. The only caveat to that is that you have to pay. I think they say they collect 50,000 for 6 months or something, which to me is unfair, but what can you do? So I know that, but what I can assure you is that you will get very good hands-on experience there. You learn sequencing, all that in that place, and you go through different labs. So serology, human and population genetics, virology, you will learn the basics and then the good part. So that's only one of the few places I know. in Nigeria where you can go learn. You would have to pay definitely. Then I don't know if Ogun State has a what's it called? A federal medical center. I don't know if you have a name. I know Ondo State has. I think some other states have. So if there's an FMC in Ogun State, you can also write to them to intern. You will not be paid. That's the only problem, but you would learn. You get that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And does Ogun State? I know UNAB is in Ogun State, but I don't know if Ogun State has a federal university. If UNAB has like a hospital attached to it, right? And has like a medical school. If it has a medical school attached to it, you can also write to intern, right? You can write to maybe the microbiology or the infectious diseases group or something to intern with them. You just know that in the back of your mind, they're not going to pay you anything. Nobody's going to pay you. But you get the opportunity to learn. Nobody will turn down free labor or free work. But you get the opportunity to learn.
Yeah.
Those are the ones I can tell you. But NIMA, I can assure you, they will collect money from you. But you would learn well.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Sadiq. Sadiq, can you hear?
Yes, please. Thank you very much. Yes, for the opportunity. Yeah, the question I want to ask are related to your last presentation. You spoke about a school asking you if they give you funding, would you come? Okay, so the question I want to ask is that when one gets an offer in the US, a fully funded offer, like based on the terms of funding in the US, would there be need to provide a proof of fund when applying for visa?
Okay, if you have a fully funded program,
yes,
in the US, you don't need to present any funding again or any proof of fund. Reason is that your cost attendance, now funding varies. If your cost of attendance is $65,000 per year and your funding is $45,000 per year, that means you have a deficit of $20,000 per year. Now, once your cost of attendance is equal to the funding that you have received, it means you don't need to present any proof of funds when you go for embassy. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Musa, can we hear you?
Good evening.
The network bounce is very poor. Okay, maybe I'll come back.
Thank you so much for. Sorry, I came quite late, but hello, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go on.
Oh, all right, sir. Okay. I'm Musa Ojashetun. I graduated with BSc Architecture about 2 years ago, and I've done my youth service. But currently now I'm working in a primary school. So I want to know how soon and how best I can approach this to apply for PhD. I have second class upper. I want to know how best I can apply for PhD, sir.
I hope in that school where you are teaching, I hope you are teaching basic technology, basic science.
Okay, and no, it's mathematics, sir.
Okay, that's still fine. Just get your transcripts. We believe that by August, application will begin, and that's why we will not delay this webinar. By August, many schools' application will start. So just get your CV ready, your transcripts, do all those things that we have mentioned. And then if you have a writing sample, if you have anybody working on one research work or the other, you can collaborate and then get volunteering. You already have NYSC, so you already have volunteering skills. And then gather those things so that by next month now, within some of them will start application by next month ending. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Deborah Sampson. If there are other questions that we are not able to answer, just ask them in the group. Yeah, Deborah Sampson. Sorry, we have to go that way. Deborah Sampson. Well, I will give you a slot to Deborah Olaniyan. Two of you are bearing Deborah. So Deborah Olaniyan, can you go? Then I will now go back to the sister.
All right, sir. Good evening, sir.
Okay. Good.
All right, sir. So my question is, are there opportunities for undergraduate scholarships? And if yes, especially for medical laboratory technicians?
Okay, Dan, can you help us with that question?
Well, can she take it in?
If there are opportunities for undergraduates who want to focus on medical technicians.
So
medical laboratory science.
Okay, sorry.
So are you looking to apply to a medical laboratory scientist program for
Yes,
undergraduate?
sir. I'm a medical laboratory technician already. Though I graduated 2020, and I'm working in the school where I graduated. I was retained.
So do you have is that an MLS degree or a MLS degree, or what's that?
I have a professional diploma. I'm a medical laboratory technician, not a scientist, sir.
Oh,
so I want to know if there is a fully funded scholarship this that I can do as to further for medical laboratory science over there.
Yes, there is and there will be. So you would have to either apply to a bachelor's,
yes,
or apply to I don't know what it's called, either an associated master or associated degree. I can't remember what it's called, Chef. But I would have to check that. But I know you can definitely apply. Most likely to a bachelor's first, but I'm not sure it will be called a med lab science or a med lab tech degree. It will be a medicine. It will be a medicine. It will be something in medicine, right? Either science, technology, or something. So one of the things you have to firstly check is when we share the list of schools later today, which Shegun will share on the Telegram group. So you want to first go into those schools and check out you'll see medical technology, you might see, and if you don't see medical technology, I think you would have to apply to either biology or something, right? Biological sciences or something. And then you can then, because the thing is that over here, people who are even laboratory technicians, right, have a master's.
Okay, sir.
So it's not like there's a separate, like in Nigeria, how there's BMLS, there's Med Lab Tech or whatever, like separate. No. We all go to school together and somebody just decides that, I don't want to do a PhD, or I don't want to do this. I just want to focus on like working in the lab, right? I don't want to pursue academia. So that's it.
Okay, sir. So would I need to write this IELTS or SAT?
So you might need to write SATs, I think. You might need to write SATs. I'm not sure of IELTS. So that's dependent on the school, right? Just like Shegun pointed out. If your school requires, a lot of schools now are taking Nigeria off the list to write English proficiency exams or tests. But some schools are still doing that, right? So you might just have to so when you go to the list of schools, that is part of the requirements you also want to look out for. Are they requiring me to write English proficiency test? Or do they want me to get my school where I finished from send an English proficiency letter? This person was taught in English. So
okay, sir. All right, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
So I'll hand over back to Shegun.
Yeah, Perpetua Akonji, if I get your pronunciation right.
Yeah, yes, Akoji. Good evening, and thank you very much for this program.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Please, I asked earlier, you said I should ask during courses. I studied political science, and I want to go and study for social work. So I have, on my own, I took some modules on this Florence Academy online because currently I'm a civil servant, but I graduated from University of Abuja and I studied political science. and I want to go for a course on social work, and I want to have it in a fully funded scholarship. I've taken on my own, I did some core modules on related modules to social work within the Florence Academy. It's an online thing. And I scored very well. I did about 6 of them. So right now I'm asking, these core modules I took, this online Florence Academy, can I add it as my certificates when I'm applying?
Yeah, you can add it, but let me ask a question. Where you are working at the moment, is there a connection between your job roles and the social worker?
Not at all. I studied political science in university. As a civil servant, they post us to different ministries when you get your promotion. Currently, I'm in a department that is planning, research and statistics. I've once worked in a department that is on transportation. I've worked once in a department on promotion, you know. The civil service, they don't post you to your related field.
Okay, let me quickly drop this. What we are trying to avoid is we don't want people to get admitted, get funding, and then the visa becomes a problem, because the VO is going to ask you where you are working at the moment. What is your job role? It's going to ask that question. And then it's now going to compare with the program you are going for. Once the VO does not see similarity between the two, then there's a red flag already. So that's why we are trying to avoid that. If there is an aspect that you have been posted to before, where you are working, and it has to do with social work, then that becomes a strength to your application. But there's nothing wrong in applying for social work. Nothing is wrong, but you just need to build a story about it. But I think it's a nice thing. So all those things that you have done, add them up to the application packets.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello.
Olaniyan.
Hello.
Deborah Olaniyan. That person
Yes,
saying
sir.
you didn't raise your hand. So
Good evening, sir.
good evening to you, please.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I really learned quite, and I've gained some insight as well. I'm looking forward to doing a PhD in the US. I currently have a master's in petroleum engineering, and I want to do a PhD. But I don't know how to go about it because of the changing landscape in petroleum engineering, and most people advise that, oh, you go for geological courses. But I still believe that with funding, because what is narrow in petroleum engineering is just the funding. So I don't know how I can go about it. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I would have said Dan should give us something about that. But if I want to just take from some of the friends I have there, geology has funding. Yes, geology have good funding. Geology and the guy that I've been talking to you, they are people that have a lot of things. But from what I've seen so far, geology has funding. And petroleum engineering also still have funding.
Okay,
but you should know that the world is going gradually from petroleum to electricity. So now we are now having some electric cars and so on. But geology has funding and the other engineering also has funding. So for you, it's just for you to now check when we are going to put you through on how to search those schools. It's just for you to now see, oh, which one has funding, where am I applying, so that you can even have two SOP. One may be on petroleum engineering, the other may be on geology. So yes, yeah, that's it.
How can I join the Telegram group, please?
Oh, don't worry. Dan is going to post it on the chat box. Just watch out. Jeremiah Olurinde. Yeah, Jeremiah.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for this great opportunity. I'm very grateful Yes, sir. I've been greatly enlightened, sir. Actually, I studied guidance and counseling and just finished my program in Lagos University now, and then trying to wait for the NYSC for the July August batch, the second stream. So now I want to ask that you talk about the program, the dates coming up August 1st. So I want to ask if want to go for NYSC and then hope it won't collide. And again, currently now, while I just finished this May ending June, I started teaching. I started teaching in a secondary school where I got where I got an offer to teach. I'm teaching both English and CRS. But I wish to study in the funding. I learned from my BSc, as you have said, sir. I just got the enlightenment, sir, from you that from BSc to the PhD, as you have said before. So I'm asking that my PhD, is there any funding on counseling psychology, sir? And what the time limits and the time frame for what I'm going to put in, like this, just the duration of this June, July, these 2 months interval. Will I still put it in my application, sir?
I will not waste time on that. You can apply for psychology since it's related to what you have done before, no problem. But NYSC is not a yardstick. No, NYSC is not required. Yes,
Okay,
it's
sir.
only in Nigeria that we have such in. NYSC is not required. So just get your academic application packet and then apply.
All right,
don't
sir.
worry. We believe that one day we are going to put you through on how to set those schools and then apply. Steven,
Yes, sir.
Yeager. Okay, I think he has gone. Then there's an iPhone that was asked a question before. Please ask your question.
Everyone.
Your network is breaking. I can't hear.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you now.
Yes, sir. Sir, it's me, Steven.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, sir. Thank you for this opportunity. I've been waiting to ask questions from the beginning. So can you hear me, sir?
Yes, you can go on. I can hear you.
Yeah, so my head is filled now, sir, but I just want to ask questions relating to course because I'm a fresh graduate of computer science. I just graduated last year. I'm currently doing my NYC So what I want to ask is relating to course because I'm thinking of, since I graduated computer science, which is BSc computer science, I want to do my master's, but the option I'm getting is doing master's in computer science, but I'm scared, computer science, the way it's broad, I'm not doing master's on it. So I don't know, for the course aspect, can you just give me an advice on maybe being scared, because you have explained to us that it's good to select a course relating to what you have studied undergraduate so that there will be no issue. But there are other aspects of computer science like AI, other parts. But instead of doing masters in computer science, can I do masters in other fields relating to computer science? I think that's my question. And then as somebody that has not started any application in masters, and this is my first time, I've never attempted, what are the steps? Which advice can you give me on the guide I can follow to get an admission and then for masters and a fully funded scholarship by the grace of God? Thank you, sir.
Okay, you're welcome. For the computer science, you can apply for computer science program. You can apply for data analytics. Don't be afraid. Whatever they are going to tell you to write at the exam, you will be taught. And the teaching is quite different. You will be taught, thoroughly taught. So it's not a problem. Don't let it scare you. Just follow, gather all the materials we have mentioned so far, and the one we will still mention. And then apply. Yes, just get those admission packets.
Okay.
Emmanuela John.
Hello, good evening, sir.
Sir, concerning the steps, sorry, sir.
Okay, steps. Yes, we are going to put you through concerning the steps. Yeah, we are going to drop.
Okay, because I've not gotten my transcript. The only thing I have now is my statement of results.
Yeah, just work on your transcripts. We have mentioned that transcript, work on your transcript, get your CV. Those things are what you need. And then start talking to someone that can write a letter for you. So we are going to drop other things on the group chats because time is money, and this is weekend, and this is the only time we have for ourselves. But out of this tight schedule, we are bringing this short moments, and this meeting ought to have ended almost 2 hours ago. So it's already eating into our plans. And every other thing that we have in plan to do today, we will have to just drop the PowerPoint on the group chats. So if you have not joined, please try to join. And then if you now have a question, you can then ask your question. So for the steps, you will also be told we are going to drop the question, the steps in the group.
I appreciate your time,
Emanuela,
sir.
John.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Good evening, sir.
Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, Emmanuel. After Emmanuel, I have Coco. After Coco, I have Bola Oluwatife, and that's all.
Good evening, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. First, I want to thank you so much for this opportunity. I've attended a lot of a few sessions like this by DLBC, but I think it's one of the best I've seen so far, in that your patience in answering questions, it's commendable. It attracted me to want to, just the simple question I want to ask. Then I wanted to let it slide. Then I now heard another interesting part, that geology has funding. I have my BSc in marine geology, postgraduate diploma in applied geophysics, and a master's in exploration geophysics. I want to know the name of your school, of this school that has the funding. And again, thank you for being this page.
Okay. If all of you discover, we have a couple of list of schools, and what you will just have to do is search each of those schools. Just type geology. Once you get the documents, search from beginning of those universities, so that you don't even have to apply to one school. But nevertheless, I will still just give you just one. But we have mentioned those schools so that all attention doesn't go to just one school, right? So, but geology has funding. In fact, I have a friend in geology, and they have confirmed that there's money. Yes, Coco, can I quickly hear from you?
All right, thank you. So I have a BSc in biochemistry. But when I first applied for master's, I was using public health. I was applying for public health, master's in public health. But when my family members over there heard, they were castigating and about public health is not a good cause to apply for master's with biochemistry. So I want to confirm how true is that is public health for master's a bad idea, studying biochemistry.
Brother, I think help us.
So I heard the part of what you said, your family kind of like are castigating you studying public health. So what's the last part? Sorry, take that again.
I just want to know if it's a bad idea studying going for master's in public health with the BSc in biochemistry.
Why so firstly I would like to remind you first that it's your life, right? It's your career. That's the first thing, which is very important, right?
Yes.
And you don't want to be stuck in a space where you don't want to be. Public health will always be important in our lives, right? Because public health is simply application of all our biomedical sciences and the rest to our communities, right? How we can use that for interventions, how we can use that for policies and all that.
Yes.
So as long as, and the good part again, that within public health, there is the part of infectious diseases. And the good thing about the US, right, unlike Nigeria, is that even within public health, you will find a lecturer who is doing something biochemistry related, either using a pathway, studying a certain pathway related to a disease or to a non-communicable condition or something, right? So like how Shegun was talking about maybe the autism spectrum and others. Some people are looking at that from a biochemical perspective and looking at it as regards the public health implication, how it can be applied, or even in the School of Medicine or in the School of Science or Arts and Science, whatever, depending on what it's called. So I would say that if you are passionate about integrating biochemistry and public health, right, you will find that in the US, either in the School of Public Health, right, or in the School of Medicine or School of Sciences or College of Sciences. So I would say don't be bothered about don't use the Nigerian perspective to look at it, right? Because there is so much space available, so much space in the sense that there's so much you can do within that space of public health. There's so much you can learn. And don't think about it, like I said, the Nigerian thing that, oh, it's just one way. People are constantly looking at things in different places. And that is why when you go into the faculty page of the public health faculty or whatever group you decide to check, you have to look at the research interest. The research interest alone will tell you that these people are looking at it from different places. I have somebody who's coming in who has been admitted in for a PhD in physiotherapy, but she's going to be doing some amazing research in neuromuscular disorders and all that. And it's a bit biochemistry related, right? Because so she's not even going to be doing it, but she's also going to be doing like some bit of clinical where she's still be seeing patients, but she's going to be doing lots of research. So that's what I'm saying, that it's so broad, right? So don't bother about, you don't even have to bother about explaining to anybody now, right? Figure out the program, figure out the faculty members whose research interests you, and then you can move from there. When you get the admission, nobody's going to say, oh, she's going to study public health in the US. They will say, oh, you got an admission to the US to study. That's what
Yeah, let me even add, as Dan said, is your life. And then you don't want to do a program that you can't conclude. And you should know that God is very important in the factor. So you are praying to God, God says you should go ahead. Then who is someone that will say you shouldn't? Just try to convince them, pray for them, God will change their hearts. And at this stage, you are above 18. So if they are deciding for you, will they decide your future, your destiny? So think of those things and then balance it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good day. I want to say thank you once again for this opportunity. So actually, I am 18 plus and I did JUPEB in Obafemi Awolowo University, and I actually had 16 points. Now, I want to ask now that, I actually applied for one stipendium Hungarian scholarship in Hungary. I applied for it in Hungary, and I don't know, probably because of the English proficiency or transcript, I was denied recently this year. So I want to ask now that in this US, the UK owned, the Hungary owned, it was just straight medicine and surgery. So I want to ask that in this US owned, I heard that you have to first do an health-related course before going into medical school. So I want to ask that, is that medical school, does it also cover the scholarship I'm applying for, or I'll have to reapply or something like that? Thank you. And again, will I need to do SAT or for exam or anything to enter this US phone? Thank you very much.
Well, I think we have attended to some of those questions before, so we will not keep much on that. You take note that every scholarship is described on the school page. So we cannot categorically say, oh, once you apply for this one, you get scholarship. That's why we have compiled the list of those schools. So you search each of those schools. You have heard that if you want to go for medicine and some other medical field, you need to go for a course before. So you can just go and check on the chemistry, biology, microbiology, and so on. And then you will see the scholarship terms and conditions that will be later out. And then those are what will determine. You need JUPEB. Any exam you have taken that you pass very well, you need it as part of your application packets. Yes, very important. And then even SAT, you need SAT because that's part of what is going to show that you are proficient in your career. Last person before we go, and I think
it will boost it.
Who is boosting what?
No. Sorry.
Osipelu. Osipeli. Thank you for meeting yourself. That's the last person, and then we'll call it a day. And then Osipeli.
Good evening, sir. Sorry, my network has been very. I've been.
Okay, don't worry.
Yes, Osipeli. Good evening, sir. God bless you and your colleague for this wonderful job you are doing. I joined this meeting on behalf of my daughter. She has a desire to travel abroad and do her first degree, her bachelor's degree. She was offered admission but was denied visa to WISE. So presently she's preparing for SAT. She's preparing for SAT. She's going through these agent tutors that are putting her through. So when I saw this through one of my friends, I was glad, and I said I would join to get more information. So I want to know for first degree, although I've heard some of the tutors you gave, some of the teachings and the instruction informations that actually for one to have a funding for first degree, the person needs to have these international exam like SAT and other ones. So I don't know what encouragement you can give me to give her for this. She should go ahead because that has actually been her dream. And her cousins, they've been encouraging her to, but I was like telling her the money involved, unless you get scholarship, do you understand? Unless you get scholarship, and now she's preparing for SAT. So I don't know, with that SAT, will she be able to have her way through, her dream come true?
Well, she should be able to have her way through. With SAT, she can apply to as many schools as possible. And then let this one get to everyone's ear. Until you have a fully funded admission, continue applying. That's very important. The person that was denied, if there was funding, possibly she might not have been denied. Funding is one of the key issues for undergraduate program, for any program in the US, because you are not expected to do some kind of job, input, and then because of that, there is no how you can actually live without funding to your program. For example, we are doing this kind of thing now. We'll have been counting hours that we have missed. So even no matter the hours that you want to count, you can't still meet up. You are going to pay for accommodation, pay for your utilities, and so many other things. That's why funding is important. So I advise your child to still apply to as many schools as possible. Yes, so the one that has highest funding, then she can consider that. Yeah, and then for the visa interview, if the child is also on the group, she can ask, and then we can know what is especially wrong. Sometimes it may not just be funding, it may be, maybe she doesn't have enough, what's it called, psychologically preparation that will convince the VO that she was actually going for that program and not that she was using it as an escape route. Yeah, so I think we will have to just close it now. So we are very sorry if your questions were not attended to. Ask your question on the Telegram page. We will ensure by the grace of God that we attend to your questions. For other things that we wanted to even still discuss today, we will drop the PowerPoint on the page. So just go over it. If you have questions, drop it on the page, and then we'll be glad to attend to you. So I call on Brother Dan to give us a closing prayer. Thank you very much.
So in Jesus' name, in the name of Jesus, Father God, thank you for this opportunity that we have had to share ideas with one another, to discuss our dreams and our visions and things that we're looking out for both academia and me. And Father God, I pray that as we have discussed, that your will goes ahead of us in a fair way. That everyone who has come here, everyone who has heard, everyone who has listened that you give them the wisdom, you give them the strength also, Lord, and the mental fortitude to move on this step, to plant the seeds that they need to achieve that dreams, and also that you give us the strength and wisdom to also support and assist them in making this a reality. And also that you bless the rest of their weekend and you bless the rest of their months, their year, and that everyone here shall flourish, everyone here shall grow, everyone here shall find out the reality that we see. In Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you so much.
Amen.
Thank you very much.
Amen. Amen. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
People have really tried though. Thank you
Amen.
so much.
Amen. Thank you, sir.
Love
Amen.
Thank you
Thank you very
very
much, sir.
much.
God bless you, sir.
Thank you very
Bye,
much.
everyone.
So much. God
Amen.
bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
God